Chapter 1237. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere changed. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who asked the question was a neutral beyond grade A named Lucy, nicknamed Ancient Snake. He was a transformation-type esper and would occasionally appear as a mercenary of the advanced civilizations. He had always been in the black market. Gord stared at him with surprise. The number of times he had fought could be counted on one hand. He had only shown a few moves during the Kundi race battle decades ago. After becoming a beyond grade A, he had never sparred with anyone. Only a few people in the dynasty knew about his abilities. The news was controlled and had not spread. He did not expect someone to expose his abilities on the first day he came to the association. Where did the news leak? Gord did not say anything, but someone asked curiously. Lucy, where did you get the news? The black market. I heard about it by chance, Lucy said casually. Is the information true? Another person asked. How would I know? I'm just asking. Don't tell me none of you heard about it. Lucy was confused. Secret Master frowned and slowly said, when I asked my subordinates to collect information, I also received similar information, but there was no real evidence. It's just a rumor. There are hundreds of such guesses on the black market network. I don't even know who spread it. Most of them are just wild guesses. Seeing this, a few other big shots who were in the black market also agreed, saying that they had seen similar rumors before but did not take it seriously. Han Xiao watched the show from the side and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was the one who had anonymously sent the information about Gord's abilities to the black market network. With his virtual technology skills, he would not leave any traces. To others, the rumors seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and spread from person to person. In the end, no one could trace back to the source of the rumors. This kind of thing was common on the internet. The black market network was a magical place. Countless information transactions circulated there every day. There was a lot of fake information, but there were also some secrets that appeared occasionally. Sometimes, even the advanced civilizations did not know how they leaked the information. Using a super high-risk esper ability that only existed in theory as a gimmick, it was a hot topic and spread very quickly. Right now, all the organizations were using their own intelligence channels to gather information about Gord, this new beyond grade A super. Therefore, organizations like Secret Master who were active in the black market had a high chance of discovering this information. However, there were too many guesses. Without concrete evidence, these big shots would not ask Gord face to face for these groundless rumors. Therefore, Han Xiao chose a few targets and gave them some solid information, luring them to take the initiative to bring up this topic when everyone was gathered. Lucci was one of them. This target was not chosen randomly. Others thought that Lucci was a neutral beyond grade A, but in fact, in the later versions of his previous life, this person's identity was exposed. He was a spy of a supercluster civilization, just like Traveler. Han Xiao knew everything about him. Due to the sensitive competitive relationship between the three universal civilizations, Han Xiao had a certain degree of confidence in luring the troublemakers left in the association by the superstar cluster civilizations to take the initiative. If it did not succeed, he had a backup plan. On the other side, everyone discussed for a while before turning to look at Gord. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. What's your ability exactly? Looking at everyone's curious expression, Gord exhaled and slowly said, Who here has a habit of revealing their background? I don't, so you don't have to be curious. You'll find out in the future. Lucci curled his lips and asked, We're all members of the association now. What's there to keep this a secret? You joined the association, but you didn't give us any information. That's too insincere. It's unfair to us. Don't tell me your ability is really energy control. Hearing this, many people nodded in agreement. Among the beyond grade As, this was how newcomers were treated. Everyone wanted to know the background of the newcomer so that they would not be caught off guard by an unknown ability in the future. Most newcomers went through this process. Gord's eyes twitched. He could tell that Lucci was a troublemaker, purposely targeting him and forcing him to reveal his background. Don't ask. I won't answer. Gord shook his head and did not deny it directly, avoiding the question. Keeping it a secret was only temporary and not a permanent mission. The dynasty's goal in raising him was to make him a deterrent. As long as he grew to a certain stage, not only would the dynasty no longer keep it a secret, they would even publicize his first-ever Esper ability to intimidate the beyond grade as of other civilizations. Therefore, the dynasty's current request was only for him to not answer questions about his ability directly. They did not ask him to lie, or it would be difficult for him to publicize it in the future. Furthermore, denying his ability would make him seem like he did not have the mentality of a strong person. It would not be beneficial for him to build his reputation. If it ruined his image among the beyond grade it would be much more troublesome to make up for it. Therefore, he could only avoid it. So, you're not going to give me face? Lucci narrowed his eyes. Our real bodies aren't here. Otherwise, as long as we spar, you won't be able to hide your ability at all. I don't know why you're being so secretive. It seems like the rumors aren't baseless. Your ability should be energy control. Even if it's not, it must be very special, which is why you have to keep it a secret. Think whatever you want. Gord did not want to argue with him anymore, so he looked away. Seeing this, many people's eyes flickered. They were more or less suspicious. In their opinion, Gord's ambiguous and not direct answer made the energy control statement more believable. If this was not his ability, it would be best for him to deny it. If Gord really had such a sick super high-risk Esper ability, thinking of this, many people's thoughts flew, and the look in their eyes gradually changed. This time, Han Xiao, who had been watching from the side, tried to smooth things over. He smiled and said, all right. If Gord doesn't want to say it, don't force him. We're welcoming a newcomer today, after all. Don't make the atmosphere so tense. The best result would be for Gord to admit his ability, but there was nothing they could do if he refused to answer. However, this was also within Han Xiao's calculations. As long as he sent the message of energy control to all the beyond grade as on this occasion, regardless of whether Gord admitted it or not, he would have achieved most of his goal. Hearing that the vice president, who had the most authority, had spoken, everyone changed the topic, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. Gord glanced at Han Xiao and realized that Han Xiao was nodding at him. He smiled back and sighed in his heart. He had never enjoyed the feeling of being supported and was always the one being surrounded. He had to admit that it felt pretty good to have someone speak up for him. The atmosphere of the welcoming meeting was relaxed. The main purpose was to let the newcomers show themselves, so everyone could get to know each other, help them understand the purpose of the association, rules, and regulations, or help them solve some problems, such as helping the newcomers develop their forces, borrowing resources, strategic support, and so on. However, Gord was a direct member of the dynasty, so he did not need help in developing his forces. Everyone chatted casually and asked Gord all sorts of questions. It was mainly because the people from the dynasty were more active, and the members of the other factions only occasionally spoke a sentence or two. As they chatted, Han Xiao glanced at Man Ison, chuckled, and pretended to say casually, Gord, you just joined the association. Gord, you've just joined the association, so there are many things you don't know yet. Let me remind you, you must be careful of our dear mechanic emperor. He's the most interested in newbies. Oh, why? Gord turned around and saw that Manison's face was calm like he was used to it. Sun Hunter laughed thunderously. Haha, Blackstar is right. Man Ison has never given up on the felon technology. If you really have a super high-risk Esper ability, you have to be careful. He might target your delicate body and turn you into his puppet. Humph, what a joke. Man Ison simply closed his eyes and rested. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing this, everyone laughed. The room was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Black Star insulting the Mecha Empire was already the highlight of the meeting. Hearing Han Xiao say this, everyone felt that it was normal. They were used to it and did not have any doubts. Everyone was busy. The welcoming meeting did not last long and ended very quickly. Everyone went offline. Gord also got up and left, returning to the dynasty's fleet. As soon as he returned to his room, Gord received a communication from the dynasty's upper echelons. We already know about the Beyond Grade A Association. You didn't reveal your ability to anyone, right? No. Gord shook his head. He was not surprised that the dynasty received the news so quickly. After all, there were many dynasty members in the association who were the dynasty's sources of information. That's good. We'll investigate where the news was leaked. To be able to accurately identify your ability, there must be something wrong. The contents of today's meeting will definitely reach the ears of Radiance, Ethereal, and some of the supercluster civilizations. They might be suspicious of your ability. Come back as soon as possible. The flickering world is too dangerous. You're saying that someone might take the risk and try to kill me? Gord raised his brows. Not necessarily. The era now is different from the past. Because of the Beyond Grade A Association, as long as the rules are not broken, bloodshed is unlikely, but it's better to be careful. All right. Gord replied casually and hung up the communication. He did not think that any organization would make a move. The flickering world was still at war, so Radiance and Ethereal would not turn against him. The supercluster did not dare send out Beyond Grade as first, fearing that it would attract the direct members of the three universal civilizations. Furthermore, with the protection of the Beyond Grade A Association, he felt that his situation was very safe. Things were different now. Black Star and the others had established the association, which became the gospel of all the Beyond Grade As. Back then, Black Star had shown off his abilities and was often surrounded by Radiance and Ethereal. Now that the association was protecting the lives of the Beyond Grade As, such situations would not happen again. Gord also enjoyed the benefits. Furthermore, he still had his identity as a direct member of the dynasty as a protective talisman, so he did not feel that others would have any motive to attack him. The risks and benefits were not proportional at all. This is really a good era for Beyond Grade As. Gord sighed and ordered the fleet to set off. The dynasty's spaceships took off one after another, entered the galaxy, and flew in the direction of leaving the flickering world. At the same time, the contents of this meeting were relayed by the Beyond Grade As and spread to the ears of the different organizations. On the mother planet of the Radiant Federation, in the Presidential Palace, an Esper suspected to be an energy control Esper that only exists in theory, President Badder of the Radiance browsed through the report sent by the direct Beyond Grade As, and his expression changed slightly. The chief elder beside him tapped his walking stick and said with a deep voice, "This is just a guess. The news might not be true. It's too hasty. But it's at least a discovery. This new Beyond Grade A of the dynasty is being very secretive. Whether his Esper ability is energy control or not, it's definitely not simple." The higher-ups said that the news came from the black market. They ordered the intelligence department to collect relevant information on the black market and find a way to verify it. Badder paused for a moment before sighing. If the news is correct, then the dynasty is really lucky to have obtained such a super with endless potential. He'll definitely replace Clotty as the national pillar in the future. They already have Black Star, and now they have Gord. In the field of individual strength, the dynasty will have an advantage for hundreds of years to come. The chief elder frowned. You're not going to take action, are you? Please don't. You're losing the big picture for the small. Don't worry. One Beyond Grade A is not important. I won't ruin the current situation for such a small matter. Ethereal will probably make the same decision. Badder waved his hand and suddenly changed the topic. But as for the others, I don't know. Don't think too much. The chief elder shook his head. Times are different. Nothing will happen. Badder thought for a moment before nodding. You're right. No one will do anything unless they're an idiot. Chapter 1238. On the other side, the news of the Beyond Grade A meeting also reached the hands of the various supercluster civilizations and attracted the attention of the upper echelons. Ancient Star Desert, Star Arc Civilization's mother planet. An unprecedented energy control Esper. This kind of rumor won't appear out of nowhere. Investigate and confirm the authenticity of the information as soon as possible. The Star Arc Civilization's leader had a heavy heart. In the past few decades, the Red Empire's development had been too smooth. It was like they had entered a golden age. No advanced civilization was not envious. The The dynasty already had people like the Dark Emperor and Black Star. Now, they had Gord, who had a bright future and was even a direct descendant. This news was undoubtedly bad news for the supercluster civilizations. Every time the three universal civilizations added a talent with potential, the pressure on the supercluster alliance would increase. Back when Traveler was publicly executed by the dynasty, although his good brother Modo took the blame for no reason, it was impossible for the Star Arc civilization's leader not to be angry when he saw his own loyal subordinate being executed by the dynasty. However, considering the big picture, he held it in. If he could get rid of Gord and kill the dynasty's future national pillar, Traveler's revenge would be avenged, and the dynasty would pay the price for what they did back then. The Star Arc civilization's leader's eyes flickered. In the end, he sighed softly and suppressed the impulse in his heart. Forget it. The situation in the flickering war isn't optimistic. The alliance is already in a difficult situation. It's not wise to provoke a beyond grade A to participate in the war. The situation doesn't allow us to take the risk. Currently, there were no beyond grade as participating in the flickering war. The three universal civilizations had promised not to use their direct descendants first, which was one of the few good things for the supercluster alliance. Once they broke the rules and attracted a beyond grade A, their situation would only get worse. The flickering war was the supercluster alliance's faint hope of turning the situation around. Comparing a beyond grade A to the strategy of the civilization, he naturally knew which was more important. The three universal civilizations controlled the resources of the explored universe. The strong would become stronger, and it was a virtuous cycle. The latecomers would develop under restrictions and would never be able to catch up with the others. The gap would only grow bigger and bigger. This was the trend of a civilization's development. Killing a beyond grade A would not help at all. If they completely failed in the flickering war, revenge would be worth some interest. However, the risks of this operation far outweighed the benefits, so of course, he would not do it. Whether it's Gord or Black Star, let them be. The leader of the Star Arc civilization shook his head. I just don't know what the other supercluster civilizations are thinking. I don't think anyone will take the risk. As for Radiance and Ethereal, it's unlikely for them to have infighting at this time, right? Somewhere in the Prime Val Star River, in a secret base of the Mecha Empire. Manison deactivated the remote projection and turned on the virtual screen. He pulled up Gord's information that was circulating on the internet. His fingers tapped on the armrest of the chair as he pondered. Gord. I've never heard of this name before. He's not a beyond grade A seed from any star field. Now that he's appeared out of nowhere, it means that he's been secretly nurtured by the dynasty. The last person with a similar experience was Clotty, who had the ability to control dark matter. The moment he appeared, he was exposed. Normally, the three universal civilizations would publicize the abilities of new beyond grade As, but the dynasty requested Gord to keep it a secret. This is something that even Clotty did not receive. This means that this guy's Esper ability is extremely special. His ability to control dark matter might not be fake. Interesting. A look of interest flashed across Manison's eyes. If it really was such an insane ability, he would indeed be tempted. If it was in the past, he would most likely try to plot against Gord, capture him, and train him as a felon. However, he had already decided to wash his hands of the past. If not for special circumstances, he would not create new felons. Otherwise, he would not be able to have a foothold in the association. Black Star, that be asterisk starred, was always talking about his dark history. He was so disgusted that he wanted to hang Black Star up and give him a good spanking. Let's wait and see first. Gord will definitely show his ability in the future when he wants to build up his reputation. He won't be able to hide it. Maybe before he leaves the flickering world, there will be people who can't wait to spar with him. Manison suddenly narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself in a low voice. So many beyond grade As and armed fleets have been staying in the flickering world all this time. It's convenient to deploy people. Right now, that's the most dangerous starfield in the universe. It's the soil for all sorts of schemes. I wonder if Radiance, Ethereal, and the Supercluster Alliance will do anything. In the flickering world branch of the Limitless Financial Group, Another potential stock has appeared. Sorokin crossed his hands under his nose and recalled what had happened in the meeting. The way he saw it, Gord had a bright future. With the dynasty's protection, he would definitely grow up smoothly and become a national pillar in the future. The dynasty would definitely have high hopes for him. If I do it well, I might be able to trigger a second tragedy of the pinnacles, Sorokin thought to himself. He felt that this was a good opportunity. If he used his hidden strength to secretly assassinate Gord and infuriate the dynasty, he should be able to trigger a huge storm and break the situation that the association had worked so hard to create. Although he had joined the association, he was the one who did not want to see the Beyond Grade as form an alliance the most. His goal had never changed. On one hand, it was to earn money. On the other hand, it was to reduce the number of Beyond Grade as with special privileges and create an environment that was beneficial to him. Furthermore, Black Star's hidden danger was a thorn in his heart. He was used to hiding and instinctively wanted to get rid of everything that might expose him. If I attack Gord, I might be able to find a way to frame Black Star and get him into trouble. However, he knows my background, so he'll definitely suspect me. I'll be in danger too. Sorokin frowned. Although he had this idea, it was very difficult to actually execute it. Black Star had no motive to attack Gord at all. In his eyes, even if he did take action, the dynasty would not suspect Black Star. It was almost impossible to frame him. Before he came up with a detailed plan, he did not dare take the risk. I'll have to think about what to do in the future. Sorokin's eyes sparkled, and he started to think of some evil ideas. A few days passed very quickly. With the help of some people, the situation of the Beyond Grade A meeting was exposed. This time, not only did it circulate in the black market, but it also spread widely in the galactic society and attracted a lot of attention. The topic of super high-risk Esper abilities was very popular. It sparked the interest of countless galactic residents, and the rumors became more and more popular. Although there was no solid evidence yet, under the secret guidance of some organizations, the Galactic Society seemed to have determined that Gord's ability was energy control. Although the various organizations were surprised, due to different considerations, no one took any action. They only stared at the three universal civilizations and the Supercluster Alliance, guessing if they would take action. In the eyes of the various organizations, as long as these two factions did not make any moves, nothing would happen. The changes in the outside world did not affect the dynasty's fleet. It carried Gord through the galaxy toward the exit of the flickering world. In the luxurious training room of the spaceship, Gord floated in midair, glowing all over. The sound of flowing water echoed in the air, and an energy tide was surging in his body. After a while, he opened his eyes and took a deep breath. The light dimmed, and his body returned to normal. Gord stretched out his hand and flipped his palm. The next moment, a thin, faint black energy suddenly appeared and coiled around his wrist like a small snake. He fiddled with the energy as a smile appeared on his face. Energy control is indeed a so-called superior Esper ability. It's only been less than a month, and I've already deciphered half of the evolution energy structure. I can create semi-finished products now. It's going smoother than I thought. If this continues, I'll be able to master this special energy very soon. By then, I'll be able to create it at will and turn it into a walking evolution cube. Every Esper's ability would have new effects when they entered the Beyond Grade A realm. Energy control was no exception. As long as he could analyze the structure of a type of energy, he would be able to control that type of energy forever and be able to create it at any time. The target of his control was not just the common types of energy but also special energy forms like evolution energy and primal Esper ability entities. As long as he deciphered them, they would become his own ability. Every time he mastered an energy form, his strength would increase. Not only that, but Gord also had a vague feeling that when he grew to a higher level and mastered more energy forms, he would be able to create new energy forms out of thin air. Even with his vast knowledge, he could not help but be shocked. The potential of this crazy Esper ability was too terrifying. Primal Esper ability entities are hard to track, but Black Star seems to have two of them. I'm his colleague now, and he wants to build a good relationship with me. If I ask, He'll probably lend them to me. This is much easier than robbing. Gord was in a good mood. He felt that the air was so fresh, and the future was so worth looking forward to. When he was a wanted criminal, he could only rob if he wanted good things. Now that he had jumped to the lawful faction, he finally felt the comfort of building relationships. Gord sighed for a while before opening the door and walking out of the training room. He was already used to the dynasty soldiers saluting him respectfully along the way. When he returned to the command room, the captain came over to greet him. "Your Excellency Gord, we're already close to the edge of the 4th phase of the flickering world. We'll reach the Stargate entrance in 2 days. We'll pass through the Black Star Core territory and quickly cross the remaining star clusters." Thank you for your hard work," Gord replied calmly. "It's fine. It's my honor to serve you." The captain was very respectful. However, before he could finish his sentence, the ship shook violently and abruptly exited from hyperdrive mode and came to a stop. Bang! All the staff present staggered from the inertia, and some even fell to the ground. The captain held onto the table and shouted, "What's going on?" Very soon, an operator replied with a horrified expression. "Captain, the spaceship's artificial intelligence has suddenly lost control. It automatically locked the engine, braked the emergency brake, turned off all detection radars, weapon arrays, shield arrays, and even disconnected the quantum network. We can't contact the other spaceship. Is it an enemy attack?" The captain was furious. How dare they attack the dynasty's troops? Activate the backup artificial intelligence immediately and regain control of the spaceship. The operator quickly returned to his post. After operating the spaceship, he was so shocked that he was covered in sweat. "No, this won't do. All the spaceship's functions are frozen." The dynasty crew in the command room panicked. Gord glanced at them and did not pay any more attention to them. He turned to look outside the porthole and frowned. "Is the enemy coming for me?" Gord was surprised. He felt that this was the only possibility. He had already analyzed the situation. The possibility of the various organizations attacking him was extremely low. He thought that his journey in the flickering world would be peaceful, but he did not expect someone to really take the risk. "It looks like the work of a virtual mechanic. Could it be the old man from the Mecha Empire? TSK, this guy can't really be thinking of capturing me and making me into a felon, right? He's already in such a situation, and he still dares to anger the dynasty." Gord was shocked. However, while he was shocked, he was not too nervous. He had too much experience in being ambushed. There was no fear in him at all. Furthermore, he was not really a new beyond grade A. Although he was not as strong as he was in the past, he had inherited some things and had hidden extraordinary combat strength. This was one of his trump cards. If the attacker was the Mecha Empire, he knew that he would not be able to beat them and could only think of a way to escape. However, if the other organizations wanted to kill him and deal with him like he was a new beyond grade A, he could only say that they were courting death. In his eyes, the only organizations that had the motive and ability to deal with him were Radiance, Ethereal, the Supercluster Alliance, and the Mecha Empire. It could not be anyone else. With a thought, Gord's beyond grade A perception spread out and covered the entire area. "Let me see who wants to kill me." Chapter 1239. His senses quickly spread out in a spherical shape, covering a larger and larger area. Very soon, Gord discovered an obscure energy source floating right in front of the fleet, but he could not see it with his naked eye. It seemed to be using some kind of sensory blocking ability. The moment he discovered the target, the other party revealed themselves. A figure suddenly appeared right in front of the fleet. His entire body was covered in a pitch-black mechanical suit, so his identity could not be seen. Only one person. This aura. Gord's expression changed slightly. His Esper ability was very sensitive to energy fluctuations, and he basically had a photographic memory. He realized that this attacker's aura was not unfamiliar to him, so he might have seen him before. Because his radar was no longer working, he sensed his surroundings and realized that the space in this area was anchored. It was a common trap. His hyperdrive, flash, and other spatial abilities could not be used at all. Furthermore, His senses could not continue spreading out after reaching a certain extent. It was as if there was a layer separating him from the outside world. This time, the captain also discovered the attacker and quickly reacted. He yelled to the crew, "Find a way to reconnect to the network and report this to the dynasty. Also, pull out the smart chip immediately and switch to manual control mode. The leading ship is to retreat immediately." As soon as the order was given, the crew acted immediately. The personnel on duty in the main control room quickly went to the engine room to remove the smart chip and cancel the control authority of all the artificial intelligences of the spaceship. This was to prevent the spaceship from being controlled by the enemy, and they could only restart the paralyzed spaceship by manual control mode. This dynasty fleet was only responsible for transporting Gord, so it was only a small fleet. Although the performance of the dynasty's battleships was higher than most spaceships, this fleet was too small, and their combat ability was limited. They were not qualified to fight against a beyond Grade A super. Most importantly, their communication was cut off, so they could not contact the outside world for help. The most important thing was to find a way to spread the news, so the captain did not want to fight to the death. This was written in the dynasty's tactical manual. However, although his idea was good, the communication network was cut off, which caused the normal command system to be paralyzed. His orders could not be transmitted to the other posts immediately, and it would take some time to switch to the magic emergency command system. This difference in time was the difference between life and death. Before the dynasty's fleet could do anything, countless dazzling golden electric arcs burst out from the attacker's body. Inside the electric arcs, the black bean-sized particles enlarged abruptly, turning into an overwhelming mechanical army that instantly filled everyone's vision. Mechanical Force Army Ness. Compressed Orb Innovation Martial Body. The one who attacked Gord was Han Xiao himself. He purposely released the news to make the various organizations suspect each other. However, all his schemes had to be carried out in the end, and that was to kill Gord as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. The other organizations would not do anything, they would have to do it themselves. Historical experience told him that the more links there were in a plan, the more unstable factors would multiply. Many schemes were not complicated at all, and there were not so many twists and turns. Therefore, there was no need to pursue fancy methods. The most important thing was to grasp the main contradiction in one go. Now that the undercurrent was surging under the surface, there were many suspicious targets. Now that he had achieved his goal of fishing in troubled waters, he could proceed to the next step, which was to make a fool of himself. Based on the Empire's route, he had calculated the path that the other party would definitely take. He had already used the King Mecha to teleport to the frontline stronghold and stealthily arrived here. He found a secluded location and set up a trap to intercept and kill. Not only was this area equipped with space-time sealing devices, but it was also equipped with large-scale detection devices similar to the sky canopy, which sealed this area. Not only would the people inside not be able to detect what was going on outside, but the people outside would also not be able to see what was going on inside. No matter what the battle was like inside, the long-range astronomical observations from the outside would only be able to see a peaceful scene. They would not be able to sense the energy waves of the battle, which would reduce the chances of outsiders discovering anything. Furthermore, Han Xiao had also set up magical interference, mental wave isolation, foresight concealment, and so on. He had basically thought of every method to reduce the chances of the secret being leaked as much as possible. Only a mechanic would be able to set up such a formation. Furthermore, these technologies were already available in the universe. Han Xiao had used his own improved version, incorporating some similar blueprints from Jay's technology treasure trove. They were very cutting-edge, and their effects were much better than normal products. Of course, the battleships of advanced civilizations all had corresponding detection methods for these traps. If they were sailing normally, the dynasty fleet would have discovered the abnormality here from far away. However, Han Xiao's virtual reality range was extremely long, so he had long secretly adjusted the dynasty fleet's artificial intelligence and obtained the right to control the fleet without anyone noticing. This was why the other party did not notice anything. Otherwise, the Dynasty fleet would not have stepped into his trap. Although Gord's energy control was amazing, he was also at a loss in the virtual realm and could not discover anything. As soon as the mechanical army appeared, they fired at the paralyzed Dynasty fleet without hesitation. Endless light shone in the darkness. The next moment, a rainstorm of light penetrated the formation of the Dynasty fleet. The shield arrays of the Dynasty battleships froze as if they were exposed to the rain of bullets. Beams of light pierced through the hull of the battleships, twisting and tearing apart the thick outer armor. The battleships exploded one after another in the blink of an eye, turning into strings of fireworks. However, at this time, dark blue psionic barriers suddenly appeared and protected the remaining spaceships. The firepower of the Mech Legion quickly shattered the barriers, but it also delayed them for a moment. In this short moment, the thrusters of these spaceships suddenly shot out flames, and they accelerated instantly. Before the rain of light reached them, they narrowly escaped the frontal attack range of the firepower. Inside the leading spaceship, Gord's eyes lit up. His hand formed a claw, and a ball of light floated in his palm, emitting thousands of threads of light. At the last moment, he activated his ability and created a psionic barrier to block part of the firepower. He then used his Esper ability to activate the energy furnaces of the remaining battleships, bypassing the layers of authority to control the spaceships and directly activating the thrusters. After a round of attacks, this kind of fleet had already suffered heavy casualties. There were only 7 or 8 spaceships left. That was close. Gord's expression was grave, and his nerves were tense. The moment he attacked, he sensed the energy level of the other party. It was definitely at the level of a peak beyond grade A, and it was one of the stronger ones. There were only a few mechanics at this level in the universe. No matter who it was, they were not someone he could deal with at the moment. Of course, the most likely was still that old bastard Manison. I can't fight. Let's go. Gord glanced at the shocked and furious captain, activated his ability again, and pushed the surviving spaceships out of the sealed area. He knew that these crew members would not be able to help. It was not that he wanted to save them, but it was mainly because his flying speed was not as fast as the battleships, so he needed to escape with the help of the battleships. Only by escaping the sealed area of spacetime and escaping the range of the other party's traps would he be able to send a message to the outside world. However, at this time, Gord's intuition felt a strong threat. He immediately broke through the cabin wall and escaped from the spaceship. Swoosh! The next moment, 5 extremely condensed red rays shot out from Han Xiao's fingertips, easily penetrating the layers of psionic barriers. They then pulled horizontally, cutting the surviving battleships into pieces in an instant. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. The next second, the energy core of the spaceship exploded, and the blazing red energy expanded from the inside out, immediately exploding into fireworks and swallowing all the spaceship pieces. The fleet was wiped out in an instant, leaving only Gord floating in the middle of the battlefield. What a powerful energy ray! It seems to have amazing penetrability against all energy shields. If I was hit just now, I would definitely have been injured. Gord's heart skipped a beat. He was so close to being hit by the red ray just now. He looked up and saw that Han Xiao's black mechanical suit was covered with red energy circuits at some point in time. They were densely packed like blood vessels, all connected to his fingertips. As the 5 red rays shot out, these energy circuits dimmed again, as if they were entering a cooldown. Seeing that his attack had missed, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. This anti-neutron dissection was silent. If it were a normal Nu beyond grade A, they would have been hit by it. As expected of someone who inherited part of his mental strength, he was able to foresee the threat. After a few years of research, the universal treasure mechanical suits Han Xiao had built were no longer just king. This black mechanical suit itself was a gold-grade blueprint from Jay's technological treasure trove. Han Xiao had merged some modern technology into it and successfully improved it. He gave it a new name, Black King Long-Range Weapon. This was only one of the products in the same series. There were also 3 variants of close combat weapon, army weapon, and defensive weapon. They were proficient in different abilities and were collectively known as the Black King series. They were all gold-grade armors. Han Xiao did not hesitate and chased after him. Gord turned around and ran. Unfortunately, without a spaceship, his physical body's flying speed was far slower than the mechanical army. He was immediately surrounded by the mechanical army and fell into a tough battle. As soon as they started fighting, Han Xiao realized that Gord's Esper ability was way too dominant. Not only was his resistance to energy attacks shockingly high, but he could also absorb the energy of the enemy's attacks during the battle and recover his energy at a shocking rate. It was equivalent to having an unlimited amount of energy as soon as he entered the beyond grade A level. The superiority of the Esper ability was fully displayed. Gord was like the pride of the heavens. With his Esper ability advantage, Gord resisted the attacks of the mech army with difficulty and did not show any signs of being at a disadvantage. He just entered the beyond grade A level, and he already has this level of combat strength. In the future, who will be able to stop this guy? Seeing this, Han Xiao could not help but be amazed by Gord's talent. At the same time, he was even more certain that he should get rid of this threat as soon as possible. His figure flashed, and he personally broke into the encirclement. He quickly approached the other party, flicking away the energy beams that Gord hurriedly shot at him one after another. He successfully got close to the other party. Without saying a word, he stomped down with a heavy axe. Gord's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his hand to block. Dong! The majestic force hit him. Even though he used energy to protect himself, his body could not take it. His tendons snapped one after another, and his bones cracked one after another. Intense pain flooded his body. I didn't expect to be attacked by a mechanic. If my grade was a little higher, I would have made it so that you wouldn't be able to return alive. Gord gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Just as he was about to retreat, he realized that his arm seemed to be stuck to Han Xiao's leg armor, and he could not move it. He hurriedly looked over and saw black nanoparticles spreading out from the point of contact, quickly covering his arm and spreading toward his entire body. Not good. Gord's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly mobilized his energy, wanting to break free. However, his brain suddenly trembled, and his mind was dragged into a vast world built by data streams. He lost control of his body. Before he could react, a towering figure suddenly appeared and slapped his mind into the ground. This move was Virtual Soul. Gord still remembered this vividly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Man Ison, is that you?" Han Xiao turned a deaf ear to him and focused on attacking. In the virtual domain, Gord's mind could not fight back at all and was beaten up. Luckily, his mind was far stronger than a new beyond grade A, so he managed to break free as soon as possible. Gord's consciousness returned to his body. Before he could heave a sigh of relief, he realized that his entire body was wrapped up by machinery like he was wearing a layer of mechanical armor. You! Before he could break free, he saw Han Xiao snap his fingers. Whoosh! The next moment, Gord disappeared without a trace. The King mechanical suit broke through the space-time anchor with him and teleported him away. Carry out Plan B. Han Xiao immediately turned around and ordered the Mech Legion to open fire in this area, eliminating all traces of the fleet. He also controlled the mechanical army to shrink batch by batch and return to his main camp. He had prepared a few plans. If he could get rid of Gord quickly here, that would be the best. However, if Gord had the ability to resist, he would find a way to change the battlefield. Although he had set up many traps, the fourth phase area of the flickering world was too lively after all. There were uncertainties everywhere, and he did not want to stay here for too long in case he was discovered. Therefore, Han Xiao had made backup plans. When he traveled with Kasui the last time, he had recorded many deep-level dimensions along the way. When he was waiting in the main universe, he had not waited for nothing. He had taken the time to choose a stable dimension that no one had ever visited before and placed a few sets of king's thrones there. He had also left his mechanical army behind to transform that dimension into a larger sealed area. When he arrived at the deep-level world of the secondary dimension, all of Gord's paths of retreat were cut off. He had nowhere to run. Han Xiao quickly dealt with all the loose ends, removed all traces, recalled his army, and changed into another set of king. He then teleported away. His vision blurred, and he arrived at a new place. There was a pale land here. It was barren without any life. It was like a black and white world. Only outsiders had color. In midair, another mechanical army that was lying in ambush in this secondary dimension was attacking Gord, making it impossible for him to escape. Seeing Han Xiao appear, Gord suddenly turned around with shock in his eyes. The teleportation function of the king was already one of Han Xiao's trademarks. After being hit, he finally knew the identity of the attacker. He could not believe it. Gord resisted the siege of the mechanical army with difficulty while staring at Han Xiao. His tone was filled with shock and confusion. Black Star. It's you. What's the meaning of this? He could not understand why it was Black Star who attacked him. Aren't we friends now? Didn't you want to be friends with me? Why are you targeting me? After confirming that Gord was trapped, Han Xiao finally spoke for the first time. His tone was calm. Stop pretending. I know who you are. Escod, do you really think you can cut off your past and regain your life? As soon as he said that, Gord's pupils instantly shrank to the size of needle tips. His mind was in chaos. Impossible. I did it flawlessly. How could he know? Chapter 1240. Back then, in order to synthesize a super high-risk Esper ability, he captured Esper ability users without caring about the consequences. He fused countless abilities and finally synthesized the Esper ability gene chain, energy control. Because his main body could not turn back, and his lifespan was about to end, he had the idea of leaving a way out and activating rebirth. Therefore, he hid this ability and never showed it. He secretly chose Gord as the vessel for his reincarnation and implanted this Esper ability gene chain into Gord's body. He wanted to inherit this achievement after reincarnating and kill all his subordinates who knew about it to ensure that this alias had a clean background. The core of the plan was Esper ability rebirth. This was a one-time use ability that could only be used once in a lifetime. It gave the user a second life. It was not a pure soul Esper ability but a high-dimensional information form, which was of a higher level. The effect was naturally not as simple as splitting the soul but completely merging the consciousness with the vessel, forming a complete new soul that had nothing to do with the main body. Although he would retain his memories, his thoughts and personality would change to a certain extent. This meant that Gord would be Gord, no longer the Escod of the past. He would completely abandon his past and truly complete a new life. Back when he was captured by Han Xiao and the others, in the short time before the spacetime amber was formed, only the effect of Esper ability rebirth could save his life in a desperate situation. Therefore, he made up his mind and tore his soul apart to escape. Through this ability, he upgraded his main consciousness into a high-dimensional information form and broke through the soul lock of Lotus Swordsman and the others. No one knew about this, and nothing happened after so many years. Gord had long been relieved, thinking that no one saw through his tricks. However, to his surprise, at this moment, the deepest secret in his heart was exposed by Han Xiao. Gord's heart was in turmoil. He had no idea where he had exposed himself. In fact, because he was distracted, his defense was even weakened. He was blasted away by the mechanical army and had a few more injuries on his body. At that moment, Gord's thoughts raced. He suppressed the shock in his heart and pretended to be surprised. Escod, what are you talking about? You're still not admitting it. It seems that you still have unrealistic hopes. Now that you've bumped into me, do you think you still have a chance to escape? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and immediately understood what the other party was thinking. Even if he was in a desperate situation, there was no way Gord would admit that he was Escod. He believed that if he went missing, the dynasty would definitely search for him. There was always a chance that they would find out that it was Black Star, and he would still have a chance to escape. However, if he were to admit his identity, Black Star's actions would be justified. Only by not leaving behind any evidence could he wait for the Empire's rescue. Therefore, no matter how shocked he was, no matter how Black Star tested him, Gord could only bite the bullet and refuse to admit it. He pretended to be deaf and mute, and even made false accusations. Black Star, your words are simply ridiculous to the extreme. At least find a better excuse if you want to make a move. Do I have anything to do with Escod? You're probably worried that I'll threaten your position when I grow up, so you want to kill me in advance. Anyway, there's no one here, so why make up a false accusation? Gord clenched his teeth and spoke righteously as if he had been greatly wronged. His words were full of the meaning of if you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. How come I didn't know that your acting skills are comparable to KK's before? Han Xiao curled his lips. Gord ignored him and yelled as if he was immersed in anger. I understand now. You're the one who leaked the news about my ability in the black market, right? You must have gotten the information from the dynasty and wanted to stir up trouble, remove yourself from suspicion, and shift the blame to someone else. Don't think that you can hide it from everyone. The dynasty won't let you go. Since you don't dare admit it, there's no point in saying anything more. Han Xiao shook his head. He originally wanted to have an honest talk with Gord. After all, they were acquaintances who had known each other for decades. He could at least ask Gord to leave behind a few last words. However, since Gord refused to admit it, there was nothing to talk about. As soon as he said that, Han Xiao released his mechanical force without hesitation and released the troops in his main body. Then, he merged with some of the soldiers and turned into a mechanical deity. With no one disturbing him in this sealed deep secondary dimension, Han Xiao could finally do whatever he wanted without any worries. Swoosh! The celestial punishment edge slashed down brazenly, shattering layers of barriers. Like swatting a fly, it slapped Gord, who had nowhere to run, from the sky to the ground. Like a falling meteor, he created a crater-like crater. The shockwave spread out. With Gord as the center, cracks appeared on the pale ground, extending all the way to the end of his vision. Poof! Blood oozed out of Gord's pores, instantly dyeing his clothes red. Intense pain swept through every nerve in his body. Before he could even catch his breath, his vision was filled with dense black shadows. The muzzles of the mechanical army in the air all lit up. Gord hurriedly jumped up and retreated. The next moment, countless psionic cannons merged into a thick beam of light and stabbed into the pale ground. The ground instantly cracked and swelled like a mountain range being pulled out from the ground. Then, it exploded. Boom! The surging shockwave spread out rapidly. Even though Gord had created layers of shields, the shockwave still blew him away. He had only flown into the air when he was smashed back to the ground by the mechanical deity that caught up with him. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? Although Gord's Esper ability had extraordinary potential, potential was not strength after all. His current grade was still too low. In front of Han Xiao, who was at full power, he was as weak as a child, unable to fight back at all. The situation was completely one-sided. Gord could only struggle for his last breath while being beaten up. Han Xiao controlled Gord's explosive output while looking at the combat information on the interface. Because his level was far higher than Gord's, he could see all of Gord's abilities. Unlike Esgod, whose strength he did not know, Han Xiao was sure that Gord had no means of escaping this hopeless situation. Although he had seen Gord's interface before, Han Xiao confirmed it again just to be safe. This B***starred is still thinking about the evolution cube. Han Xiao frowned. This guy is really persistent. He still hasn't given up on the evolution cube. Gord's ability was too hidden. He only started analyzing it after leaving the palace, so Han Xiao did not notice it at that time. Luckily, he intercepted him in time for some reason and interrupted the other party's plan. Otherwise, Gord would have stolen it. Han Xiao suddenly realized a sensitive problem. I wonder if Gord is doing this on his own accord or because of the dynasty. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and his expression did not look good. Although the dynasty had not mentioned the evolution cube recently, Han Xiao knew that some people in the dynasty still wanted to control this thing. Gord was now a direct member of the dynasty, and the upper echelons of the dynasty knew about his ability. They sent him here to analyze the evolution cube secretly and said that they had found a result so that Han Xiao would not be able to do anything. This was very likely. Han Xiao had nothing to say about the dynasty's actions. Everyone was getting what they wanted, and there was no right or wrong. What he cared more about was how this information would affect his actions. If it was the dynasty's idea, the risk would increase. From the dynasty's perspective, he had a motive, and he would no longer be a completely innocent person. He would become one of the suspects. However, this also gave him a new excuse. The other party was in the wrong first. As long as he did not kill Gord, even if the matter was exposed and the dynasty came looking for him, he would have a reason to explain. It would not become the worst-case scenario. Looks like there are pros and cons. There's no turning back. I'll take him down first. Han Xiao shook his head and suppressed this thought. He focused on controlling the mechanical army to gang up on, no, to fight Gord alone. The mech legion surged like a black tide. As time passed, Gord's condition became worse and worse. Although his Esper ability had the effect of having infinite mana, it did not have the ability to heal quickly. His injuries accumulated more and more, and his normal recovery speed could not keep up. Gord dragged his injured body and struggled to break out of the encirclement time and time again, trying to escape. However, he was dragged back by the mechanical army like a pitiful person who had been cruelly tortured. He wanted to crawl out of the room again and again but could never reach the door. He was dragged back by his feet again and again. The difference in strength was too big, and Han Xiao was fully prepared. Gord could not do anything. As a few beams of light pierced through his chest, Gord could not hold on any longer. Like a bird falling from the sky, he fell onto the desolate, pale ground. Blood gushed out and soon gathered into a pool of blood. Han Xiao deactivated the mechanical deity, and his main body slowly landed beside Gord. Gord had not given up on his desire to live. He dragged his body that was riddled with holes and crawled forward, leaving behind a glaring trail of blood. Don't waste your energy. Han Xiao looked at the interface and confirmed that Gord was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. He shook his head and sighed. He bent down, grabbed Gord's neck, and lifted him up. Gord's feet were in the air, and he no longer had the strength to struggle. He stared at Han Xiao with a strong reluctance in his eyes. He had finally returned to the beyond Grade A realm with a bright future. He was full of expectations for the future. However, he did not expect that after keeping a low profile for so long, he would meet Blackstar, who had seen through his identity as soon as he left the mountain full of ambition. Blackstar wanted to strangle him in the cradle. He could not accept this. He still had a bright future. He still had a lofty goal. Years of planning, a lifetime of ambition. All of this seemed to be turning into nothingness in the blink of an eye. He could not accept this. He could not die here. Han Xiao sized up Gord's twisted expression and shook his head. Whether you admit that you're a god or not, it doesn't change the truth. I'm not targeting you because of personal grudges. If not for that incident, I wouldn't have cared if you joined the dynasty. After all, I'm not a good person. I don't have the right to judge your crimes. However, I know how obsessed you are with the existence on the other side of the wormhole. I can't let you do whatever you want inside the dynasty. That will not only threaten me but also the entire explored universe. Although that day will come sooner or later, not only will your existence bring it forward, but it will also bring about unpredictable effects. Because you're too pure, as long as there's a chance to improve, you don't care who you fight for, and I don't like to wait until the hidden dangers erupt before I make my move. Gord's pupils constricted. He subconsciously wanted to ask Han Xiao what he knew, but he did not say anything in the end. He did not want to leave any evidence that could be used against him. Blackstar, the dynasty won't let you go. Gord repeated his words. Seeing that the other party still did not give himself away, Han Xiao knew that he could not pry open his mouth. He activated his mechanical force, and nanoparticles spread from his arm to Gord's body, quickly covering his entire body and turning into a spherical mechanical imprisonment device. Like a coffin, it wrapped Gord inside. Then, Han Xiao activated the space-time amber and slowly covered the entire imprisonment device. He thought for a while and said, after thinking for a while, he said, including this time, this is the third time you've fallen into my hands. Without waiting for Gord's reply, Han Xiao completed the creation. Buzz. The next moment, the space shook, and the amber was formed. The entire device was sealed. From the outside, one could only see a spherical mechanical prison in the amber. They could not see what was inside the prison at all. Only now did Han Xiao finally heave a sigh of relief and relax his tense nerves. It's finally settled. There were no accidents. He did not kill Gord on the spot because he wanted to leave himself some room to maneuver. Secondly, he did not want to give Gord the chance to revive in the sanctum in a short period of time. Thirdly, he did not want to waste the super high-risk Esper ability, energy control, that Iscod had spent countless years synthesizing. After the spacetime amber destroyed Gord's soul, he could let Fu Ding use the soul swapper and let his trusted subordinate take over Gord's body. The combination of these two universal treasures had always been a plan that Han Xiao wanted to test. Or wait for Escod Little Evans to grow and absorb Gord's Esper ability, that was also a choice. He could even wait until he completely researched the felon technology and secretly turn Gord into a felon. However, this was old Manison's method, and the side effects were too great. Han Xiao did not really want to imitate it. As for whether Gord could still be revived after doing all this, Han Xiao was not sure. He had never tried it before, so how would he know? If Gord could be revived, there was a possibility that the secret would be leaked. In the future, when the dynasty discovered the sanctum, they would definitely try to revive this direct descendant. However, who knew what would happen then? Furthermore, he could completely delay this day indefinitely. The method was very simple. Before he was confident that he could face the dynasty's accountability, he would not do anything to Gord. He would only imprison him, and every once in a while, he would pull Gord out of the amber and beat him up. At the same time, he would let Gord out of the amber to ensure that his soul would not be destroyed. This way, Gord would not be able to live or die. He would never be able to reincarnate. Revive. Ruthless, cruel, and fierce. Why am I becoming more and more like a villain? Han Xiao touched his cheek helplessly. After mocking himself for a while, Han Xiao put away his joking mood, and his expression turned serious. Capturing Gord was just the beginning. More importantly, he had to deal with the storm that would be caused by the dynasty's wrath soon. It would sweep across all the high-level organizations. I've done everything I could. Now, all I have to do is wait for something to happen. Sigh, I didn't expect to be the one who started the fuse this time. Thinking about the various possibilities that he had analyzed not long ago, Han Xiao sighed softly, turned around, opened the interface, and looked at the mission. The hidden mission, Gord's secret, was actually completed. The mission requirement was to decipher Gord's secret. Han Xiao did not know how to determine this. There was clearly no evidence, and Gord did not admit it. Did it mean that all he had to do was call out Gord's identity and guess correctly? It couldn't be that simple, right? Maybe the main reason was that he had beaten Gord up. The determination mechanism of hidden missions was very mysterious. Han Xiao did not think too much about it. He turned around and cleaned up the mess. He controlled the Mech Legion and blasted this secondary dimension full of holes, causing it to collapse and disappear. He removed all traces, not even leaving a battlefield behind. After completing this step, Han Xiao did not waste any more time there. He put the mechanical army back into the army camp, put on the king, and teleported back to Black Star Palace. Without saying anything, he went to the library to find Fu Ding. Faden only raised his head to look at Han Xiao before focusing on reading the book, allowing Han Xiao to touch him. He had a calm expression as if he was saying, "You touch yours, I'll read mine." Gord's secret, completed. You have received, character summon card, Gord. Character summon card, Gord, energy analysis. You can efficiently analyze the principle and structure of a type of energy and control this type of energy. Usage limit, 04. You have received, randomly draw one of Gord's abilities, ability talent. Hint, Gord is an Esper. Some of the abilities you can draw have been adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Randomizing complete. Please select one from the following 5 abilities as the reward. 1. Plasma Blast, ability. Release plasma arc rays and deal damage to the enemy. Power depends on INT, MYS, and energy output efficiency. Minimum energy cost, 5, cooldown, 4s2. Kinetic energy strengthening, ability. Use energy to strengthen cells and continuously increase melee damage. Effect depends on STR, DEX, END, MYS, and energy output efficiency. Minimum energy cost, 10 per minute. Cooldown, 12s3. Spirituality restrain, talent, increase MYS by 15%, CHA by 10%. 4. Energy gathering ring, ability, absorb free energy and quickly recover energy. Consumes 2 stamina per second. No cooldown. Can be activated continuously. Chapter 1241. Seeing the last option, Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Oh, it's out. In this wave of random abilities, only the last one was valuable. This was one of Gord's molding talents. The first 4 were not that good, and they were all useless. These talents were all basic bonuses, and the increase was very impressive. The way he saw it, the 3 most useful bonuses for him were 90% basic energy resistance, 30% basic energy attack, and 20% maximum energy. His indestructible body was mainly an astonishing recovery speed, but his resistance had not reached an exaggerated level. However, this specialty had almost doubled his resistance to energy attack. As his strength increased, the focus fire of the mech army became stronger and stronger, and the threat that eternal life posed to him also increased. The last time he used this skill in the Celestial Star Alliance, he almost got himself killed. If he had this ability, his life would not be in danger even if he went through the same thing again. He would be able to walk further and further on the path of a mechanical tank. If he didn't have this ability, Gord would have been ravaged by him until he lost consciousness. Increasing the power of basic energy attacks only increased the output of Gord's body, but it was very powerful in the hands of a mechanic. It could increase the power of all energy weapons. The most direct effect was that the power of the mech army's long-range cannons increased again. A basic increase of 30% was already very high. So far, Han Xiao had drawn so many abilities, and he had already discovered a special characteristic. The molding talents of other classes would be greatly amplified when used by a mechanic. This was the advantage of having more people in the army style. Finally, there was a 20% increase to maximum energy. There was no need to even think about it. His current maximum energy was more than 290,000. If he could increase it by almost 50,000, it would be more than enough for him to obtain 1 new layer of energy. It might even be possible for him to obtain 2 new layers. In the later stages, energy and race evolution would be one of the main sources of attribute points. They could easily increase his attribute points by a few thousand points. Simply leveling up would not be able to compare to them. At Shifeng's current energy realm, the attributes he gained from each additional level were frightening. Now that he had leveled up, his total attributes would increase by 6,000 to 7,000 points. Depending on his class and race, the benefits would be distributed to different areas. The mechanism of energy bonuses was that as one's mana was depleted, their attributes would drop layer by layer. Supers who had unlimited mana and the ability to exchange mana had a huge advantage and could maintain their energy bonuses at their peak. Han Xiao, Kasui, and Ulu were all such beyond grade as. You have received the new talent, Perfect Energy Affinity Physique. There was nothing to hesitate about, so Han Xiao naturally chose the last option without hesitation. The next moment, a sharp pain exploded in his body. Fortunately, his nerves were strong enough to instantly regain control of his body. This specialty was a change in his physique. All the cells in his body were undergoing a metamorphosis. After a long while, the pain slowly subsided, and his perception of the outside world changed again. There was a new feeling. Han Xiao experienced it for a while. Without using any abilities, he could directly feel the free energy of the universe everywhere. It was as if his myopia had been cured. He could observe the outside world more clearly. Furthermore, his body was automatically guiding the free energy. The free energy around him unconsciously gathered and rubbed against his body from all angles like a pet wanting to get close to its master. This physique can be considered a natural genius in the hands of a normal person. Training will yield twice the result with half the effort, and the speed of growth will be extremely fast. The reason Gord was able to enter the beyond grade A realm so quickly should be because of this talent. Han Xiao's entire body was filled with energy. He glanced at his attributes interface. This round of strengthening had already allowed his energy rank to break through the 100,000 mark. As expected of a molding talent. However, there was no additional notification on the interface. He did not know if the 100,000 energy rank was a threshold. He was not too concerned about this. According to his experience, the benefits of breaking through the energy rank threshold would only appear during the promotion. The progress of 52,000 energy rank and 78,000 energy rank was the same. Therefore, if one's level was low and his energy rank was high, it meant that one had amazing potential. As for the effect of the character summon card, Han Xiao had not tested it yet. However, according to the basic mechanism of the character summon card, the effect of energy analysis was definitely not permanent. He had two guesses about this. The first was that he could control the chosen energy during the duration of the character summon card. Once the duration was up, the ability would disappear. The second was similar to Jay's mechanic insight character summon card. After the duration of the character summon card was over, although the ability would disappear, it would still remember the results of the analysis, which would be helpful in researching this energy in the future. However, he did not have the Esper ability Gene Chain 4, energy control, so he could not transform the energy himself like Gord. He could only simulate it mechanically, which would be much more difficult. The Esper ability Gene Chain was like a production device operated by a fool. The user did not need to understand the principles and could directly produce the product. However, this kind of production device could not be replicated by others. Others could only use other means to analyze the product and find another way to produce it. It was like an Esper only needed to understand that 1 + 1 = 2, while others had to prove why 1 + 1 = 2. The difficulty was worlds apart. If the special energy produced by Esper abilities was so easy to analyze, the advanced civilizations would have mass-produced it long ago, and energy control would not have been viewed as an insane ability by the dynasty. However, there are at least 4 chances to use it. At least there's a cost of trial and error. Han Xiao nodded. He still had a research spirit. Although I'm a pugilist, I know I'm a good scientist. After browsing through the changes in his attributes, Han Xiao closed the interface and entered his quantum vision. During this period, he did not plan to go anywhere. He only wanted to monitor the galactic network at home and wait for the storm to arrive. Gord and the escort fleet have all lost contact. Inside the Red Empire ruler's office, Uranril, who had just received the emergency report, suddenly stood up. Her expression changed drastically. In front of her was the remote projection of the Exploration Army Marshal, Tarakov. With a solemn expression, he said with a deep voice, "Yes, not long ago, the remote connection between Gord's escort fleet and Planet Lighthouse's Artificial Intelligence Center was suddenly cut off. We tried to repair the network but failed. Now, we can't contact Gord or anyone in the fleet. The artificial intelligence of the dynasty's fleet in the flickering world was monitored by the Planet Lighthouse Command. The moment they lost contact, Planet Lighthouse would be able to find out which fleet was missing and form a rapid response military system that covered most of the flickering world." "Where did they lose contact?" Uranril frowned. "At the edge of the flickering world's emerald star cluster, close to the Stargate entrance of the third exploration phase. We used the nearest spacetime buoy as the endpoint and circled the approximate range of the area where they lost contact. I've already sent the nearby fleet over to check it out." Hearing this, Uranril could only wait patiently and ask with a serious expression, "What do you think is the reason for losing contact?" "We don't have enough clues, so we can't come to a conclusion for now." Tarakov hesitated for a moment before saying, "However, my personal guess is that the fleet was most likely attacked. Someone wanted to kill Gord. This is the most likely possibility." Uranril sat down again and placed her hands before her nose. Her eyes were filled with uncertainty. Not long after, Tarakov received the report from his subordinate. His expression changed slightly, and he said, "Your Excellency Ruler, the frontline troops have sent back news. They did not find any traces of the fleet, and there are no signs of abnormalities in the area. The passing spaceships also said that they did not see anything abnormal. The fleet that Gord was in seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Hearing this, Uranril did not hesitate anymore. She immediately contacted the Secretary-General and said with a firm tone, "Issue an emergency order. Inform all the upper echelons to put down everything they are doing and come over for a meeting." 10 minutes later, the remote projections of the dynasty's upper echelons arrived at the conference room one after another. The big shots of the various departments gathered together and whispered to each other. They did not know what had happened that made Uranril summon them. Very soon, Uranril entered the room. With a cold expression, she scanned the many upper echelons present and went straight to the point. Emergency situation. Gord, a direct beyond grade A of the dynasty, is suspected to have been attacked. He has been confirmed to be missing. As soon as she said that, the entire room fell silent. Every upper echelon had a shocked expression on their face. They did not expect to hear such a piece of news. This time, Tarakov arrived and reported the situation in the most concise manner possible. After understanding the current situation, the upper echelons present were enraged. How dare they attack a direct member of the dynasty? This is trampling on the dynasty's dignity. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. The dynasty will not tolerate provocation. No matter who did it, they must pay the price. Everyone's attitude was the same. They were furious. They were one of the ruling civilizations, and someone actually dared to attack their direct member and kill their talents. They did not even put the dynasty in their eyes. This kind of arrogant behavior could be summed up with one word in the eyes of the people present: courting death. An intelligence officer said with a deep voice, "The disappearance of the fleet can be attributed to the enemy. We first have to confirm whether Gord is alive or not. If he's still alive, we have to prioritize saving him." That's right. Gord is an important direct beyond grade A. As long as there's a chance, we have to protect his life, another military upper echelon agreed. Gord is a beyond grade A after all. For the enemy to take him down in such a short time, they must have set up a huge formation. There are traces to be found. I suggest checking the spaceboys nearby immediately. There should be eyewitness reports of a large fleet. Don't have too much hope. Since the enemy can easily cut off the remote connection of the fleet, they must have the ability to tamper with the surveillance records of the spaceboys. Since the enemy dared to attack the dynasty, they must have been fully prepared and would not have left behind any obvious loopholes. The enemy can make our fleet disappear without a trace. There's a high chance that a beyond grade A mechanic is involved in this. That's right. The enemy might have left clues in the quantum network. I suggest we let Quantum Demon Judith search. If it doesn't work, we can ask Blackstar for help. Blackstar is a top virtual mechanic. Not many people in the universe can hide from his eyes. The people gave suggestions and discussed intensely for a while. The topic then turned to the suspect. An officer pondered and said, "Some time ago, an unknown organization spread information about Gord's true ability on the network. This might be the fuse. Someone is trying to kill our talent, or they're after this super high-risk Esper ability. There aren't many organizations that have the ability and motive to do something like this. Radiance and Ethereal have always been competitors with us. They don't want us to have a talent like Gord, so they might take action, especially the Radiant Federation. They have the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device, so they can kill Gord without anyone knowing. No, it's the development period of the flickering world, and we're still at war. Radiance and Ethereal won't break our temporary cooperation agreement for something like this. Instead, the supercluster is the most suspicious. They might think that they can't turn the situation around anymore, so they want to eliminate a future threat before they lose. I heard that Blackstar has been criticizing Manison's felon technology. The Mecha Empire is suspicious too. Don't forget that Ninja from the Arcane Church was killed by Manison, which caused the ethereal 10,000 deity scepter to fall into Radiance's hands. That guy has a history. Everyone present had these three guesses. These three factions had the ability and motive. Other than that, no other organization dared to attack the dynasty's direct descendant. Looking at the excited crowd, Beccarodi's expression changed slightly. and he suddenly thought of something. No, there was one more person with a motive. Back then, he had asked Gord to analyze the evolution energy. If Gord's actions were discovered by Blackstar, then Blackstar would have a reason to attack. He was also a suspect. However, he could not say it now. The plan to analyze the evolution cube had been stopped by Uranril a long time ago. Bekarodi had received a hint from the next ruler, which was why he had found Gord behind Uranril's back and started this plan again in secret. This kind of thing could not be discussed openly. Regardless of whether Blackstar was the culprit or not, as long as his actions were exposed, not only would he be punished, but he would also implicate the next ruler. If Blackstar was the culprit, although he would be responsible, Bekarodi would be even more responsible. He had disobeyed orders and caused the dynasty to be in the wrong first. All kinds of calculations flashed through his mind. Bekarodi opened his mouth but chose to remain silent in the end, suppressing this matter in his heart. Even if Blackstar was the culprit, he would not say anything now. Bekarodi knew very well that the next ruler was the one who had hinted him to push this plan. Both parties had a tacit understanding that after Uranril stepped down, the new ruler would solve this case. This would increase his authority and prestige, and he would gain the favor of the dynasty's direct descendant. However, although Bekarodi had such a plan, the reason why he chose to remain silent was because he did not believe that Blackstar was the culprit. With Blackstar's position, even if he discovered Gord's actions, there was no reason for him to make a fuss. Although there was a motive, it was too weak. Furthermore, the way Bekarodi saw it, the National Pillar and the 3 Universal Civilizations consultant were enough to tie Blackstar's hands and feet. After tasting the benefits, Blackstar would be worried about losing this halo, so he would not do anything rash. While Bekarodi's thoughts were running wild, the others quickly came up with a plan. Seeing this, Uranril's eyes were as sharp as knives, and she decisively made the decision. Immediately draft an announcement in the name of the dynasty and announce Gord's disappearance. Tell the entire universe that the dynasty will track down the culprit at all cost. Whoosh. The upper echelons present all stood up and nodded solemnly. Understood. Flickering World, Emerald Star Cluster, Border Stargate Transit Station. A figure wearing the Limitless Financial Group uniform stood in the observation deck, looking at the starry sky outside through the porthole. Not far away was the border crossing Stargate. From the blue space vortex, strips of light formed by the exhaust flames of spaceships extended out. They were all spaceships queuing up to enter the border. Calculating the time, the fleet escorting Gord will arrive in at most 1 day. This Limitless Financial Group staff member mumbled to himself. The one controlling this body was not the original owner but Sorokin's consciousness. According to the route of the dynasty's fleet, they should be leaving the flickering world through the Blackstar core territory. Therefore, Sorokin had possessed this person a few days ago and waited at this Stargate station. He wanted to observe the size of Gord's fleet up close. Only by knowing the enemy could he come up with a thorough plan. However, although he was making early preparations, he was actually still hesitant about making a move. After all, this was a serious matter. If I make a move, it's best to do it in the Blackstar core territory. That way, it'll be easier to frame him. Even if I don't succeed, if something happens to Gord in the Blackstar territory, he'll be responsible too. Sorokin thought to himself. Beep beep beep. At this time, his communicator suddenly vibrated. Sorokin took it out and casually glanced at it. He realized that it was an administrative notice issued by the dynasty in the public channel, forcing every communication terminal to automatically pop up a notification. According to the Quantum Network General Communication Law, only the civilization that controlled an area had the right to do this. Other organizations did not have this authority, especially private financial groups, to use this function to advertise their business. TSK, if only I could use it for advertising, Sorokin mumbled to himself and opened the message. With just a glance, his expression froze on his face, and he stood rooted to the ground. Gord was attacked and went missing? Sorokin was dumbfounded. His mind was filled with question marks. No, I haven't even started the operation yet. Which righteous warrior had done my job? How brave. I really have to thank his entire family. The sudden turn of events almost broke Sorokin's back. He was completely dumbfounded. Not only him, as soon as the Red Empire's angry announcement was sent out, it caused a huge uproar. The entire galactic society was shocked beyond word. Everything happened too suddenly. No one was mentally prepared. Sorokin was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Chapter 1242. On the other side, somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, a small fleet was slowly sailing. The logo on the outer armor of the spaceship showed that this fleet belonged to Ancient Snake, which was Lucy's fleet, who had exposed Gord's Esper ability during the welcome meeting. Lucy stood in front of the porthole of the bridge with his arms crossed, staring at the stars outside. Beside him stood another neutral beyond Grade A, who was also a big shot in the black market. How long until we reach the Stargate at the border of the star cluster? Lucy asked without looking back. Leader, about a day's journey, the captain hastily replied. Hearing this, the neutral beyond Grade A shook his head and said helplessly, I can't catch up to Gord. I feel like I can't catch up to Gord. Lucy, do you really need to spar with him? I just want to find out what his ability is. Sigh, he's a direct member of the dynasty. He can totally refuse. Are you going to force him to fight you? Humph, I have to give it a try. Lucy pursed his lips and looked like he was going to get to the bottom of this. After the welcoming meeting, he brought his fleet and a beyond Grade A he was familiar with. He followed Gord's route and chased after him, wanting to stop Gord and spar with him. Of course, he was not doing this just to satisfy his own curiosity. As a spy of a supercluster civilization, he had received a secret order from the upper echelons, asking him to find a way to force Gord to fight and confirm if his ability was energy control. That was why he had been chasing Gord so relentlessly. The supercluster civilizations basically did not want to fight Gord, but this kind of test was still acceptable. They all wanted to find out Gord's true ability. At this time, the spaceship's radar suddenly rang. Attention! There's a space-time anchored area ahead. Hyperdrive cannot be maintained. Please stop hyperdrive or go around. The two of them were stunned. Space-time anchored areas usually represented trouble. The neutral beyond Grade, as in the black market, did not like unnecessary trouble. Just as Lucy was about to tell the fleet to go around, the spaceship suddenly received a message. This is the Red Empire's exploration army. We're checking all passers-by. Please stop the spaceship immediately. I repeat, please stop the spaceship immediately. Hearing this, Lucy had no choice but to stop the fleet. Outside the window was a line of defense formed by the Empire's battleships, seemingly sealing off a large area in front of them. 3 Imperial ships immediately approached and activated all kinds of detection equipment to scan Lucy's fleet. At the same time, the projection of an Imperial official appeared on the communication screen. He looked at Lucy and said expressionlessly, please show your identification code, spaceship navigation permit, crew list, navigation log. Although Lucy was unhappy, his real identity was sensitive after all, so he had to let the captain cooperate. In his opinion, there was nothing to hide. The Imperial military officer started checking and found that Lucy and the person beside him were both beyond Grade As. His expression changed slightly, and strong suspicion flashed in his eyes. What are you doing here? Why do we have to pass through this area? Where is the destination? Even the Empire wants to interfere. This is one of the routes to the border Stargate station. Is it strange for me to pass by here? Lucy frowned. But you guys, what are you checking for in this area? I'm looking for someone. The Imperial military officer didn't want to say more, so he continued his inspection. At this time, he suddenly found that there were records of Gord in Lucy's navigation log. His pupils constricted, and he shouted with an unquestionable tone, everyone, leave the spaceship immediately for further inspection. Isn't this a little too much? We're just passing by. The neutral beyond Grade A frowned. I'll repeat myself. Leave the spaceship immediately for further inspection, otherwise, we'll enforce it. Then, the Dynasty fleet at the back activated their weapon array without another word. Cannons were aimed at Lucy's fleet one after another, looking like they would open fire at any moment. Are you threatening me? Lucci was annoyed. The dynasty had a huge empire, and the officers did not respect him at all. That was one thing, but now, they even wanted to take a mile after taking an inch, trying to manipulate a beyond grade A like him. Did they really think that beyond grade As were easy to mess with? As a neutral beyond grade A, he indeed could not afford to mess with the dynasty, but he did not think that any random person in the dynasty had the right to disrespect him. Furthermore, with the beyond grade A association behind him, he was not someone without support. Beep beep beep. Just as Lucci was about to lose his temper, the communicators of everyone on the spaceship vibrated. Lucci frowned, suppressed his anger, and took out his communicator. Only then did he see the dynasty's mandatory pop-up announcement. His expression changed drastically. Gord is missing. Who did this? They're too bold. Lucci's body trembled, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. Wait, I seem to have been tracking Gord, wanting to spar with him. If nothing had happened to Gord, this behavior would have been normal and would not have attracted the dynasty's hostility. However, it was different now. Gord had gotten into an accident, and everyone related to him would not be able to escape suspicion. Although he had only been chasing after Gord and did not meet him at all, he was still suspicious in the eyes of the dynasty. They would not let go of any clues. No wonder the imperial military officer had such an attitude. Lucci knew the severity of the matter. Now was not the time to care about whether they respected him or not. He had to find a way to clear his name. If he dared not cooperate with the dynasty's investigation, he had no doubt that the dynasty would vent their anger on him. Now was not the time to be stubborn. Lucci's arrogance instantly dimmed. He did not dare to get angry, so he could only tell everyone to leave the spaceship and obediently cooperate with the dynasty's investigation. Which B***starred is this B***starred who did this to me? What? Gord is missing. Someone really attacked him? The president of the Radiant Federation, Badr, stood up from his chair with a dumbfounded expression. What the F***ck? Is there really an idiot? No, this is not an idiot. This is a lunatic. The chief elder was also shocked. Who is so bold to attack a direct member of the dynasty? This will affect the entire situation and cause a huge storm, causing trouble for everyone. Badr frowned and said with a deep voice, Ethereal is the same as us. If we don't do anything, they won't do anything either. So, it's most likely the supercluster alliance is doing? That's right. It must be the supercluster. The chief elder nodded. Before the incident, the two of them did not think that the supercluster would dare to do anything. However, when it really happened, in their opinion, excluding themselves, the case could only be done by the supercluster. How dare he? If they dared to attack a direct member of the dynasty today, would they dare to attack their direct members tomorrow? The supercluster has grown up. Looks like they still hold a grudge against the tragedy of the Pinnacles. I think it's time to teach them another lesson. Badr's eyes flickered. The one who suffered losses was the dynasty. He was actually secretly happy. He did not need to do anything personally to weaken the dynasty. However, on the other hand, the dynasty represented the ruling civilization. As a member of the ruling civilization, Radiants could not help but feel a sense of hatred when they saw their ruling authority being challenged. These two feelings did not conflict with each other. The chief elder thought for a moment, and his expression darkened. Although we're not the culprits, we have the multidimensional sky-opening transportation device and are best at ambushes and assassinations. There's a high chance that we'll become one of the dynasty's suspects. This is also a problem. Therefore, we have to express our stance and take the initiative to help the dynasty investigate the case. Badr was deep in thought. However, we're not the only ones with this kind of teleportation ability. Who knows if the Mecha Empire has stolen this technology? Also, Black Star has a similar single-target teleportation mechanical suit. He might also. The Mecha Empire is suspicious, but is still Radiance's ally. If he did it, we'll be responsible too. As for Black Star, the chief elder laughed. Hehe, as long as the dynasty's upper echelons are not crazy, they won't suspect Black Star. That's true. Badder shook his head helplessly. Who the F***CK did this? The Star Arc civilization leader was dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning. Although this was what he wanted to do, the Star Arc civilization leader knew very well that no matter who attacked Gord, the Supercluster Alliance would definitely be the dynasty's first suspect. This was pushing them into a fire pit. For a moment, the Star Arc civilization leader was confused. Suspects flashed through his mind one after another. If it wasn't me, could it be another supercluster civilization? Who would have the motive to do this? Could it be Modo? Modo had left early, so the war had nothing to do with them anymore. Thus, Modo was not afraid of doing something like this. They might even have the motive to drag the Supercluster Alliance down. Modo had no hope of competing, so he wanted the other supercluster civilizations to fail with him. The Star Arc civilization leader's mind spun quickly. Or rather, this was Radiance and Ethereal's plan to kill the dynasty's talents, then frame the Supercluster Alliance and make them the scapegoat. Or rather, this was the dynasty's own scheme. They made Gord disappear, framed the Supercluster civilization, and used this as an excuse to start the tragedy of the Pinnacles again to kill the Beyond Grade as of the Supercluster civilization. Otherwise, how could this have happened so suddenly? How could Gord not have resisted at all? The Star Arc civilization leader's expression was uncertain. He felt like he had seen through everything. This was a scheme against the Supercluster Alliance. The three universal civilizations are still determined to kill me. This is too passive. I have to do something. I can't let the three universal civilizations make things up. The Star Arc civilization leader clenched his teeth. Want to frame us? It's not like we don't know how to do that. We have to find a scapegoat that will make the three universal civilizations speechless. Figures flashed through his mind one after another, and one of them suddenly stopped. Not lacking in motive, perfect ability, great suspicion, and can make this person even more estranged from the three universal civilizations, it's decided to be you, Man Ison. In just a few days, the dynasty's announcement swept through all the star fields like a hurricane, causing an uproar in countless areas. Some of the local terrorist organizations who did not know what they were doing actually claimed that they were responsible for the incident. However, in less than a day, the fleet of the Imperium had arrived brazenly and annihilated them without leaving a single survivor. Basically, everyone felt that the Red Empire was completely enraged this time. Many organizations were as silent as cicadas in winter, keenly sensing that a storm was coming. It seemed like the world was about to change. The Beyond Grade A Association also held an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with this matter. In a large round-table conference room on Planet Finn, many Beyond Grade As gathered and discussed intensely. How did this happen? It's too sudden. It's only been a few days, and Gord, sigh. Someone with such strength is most likely someone in the association. Who did it? Come out. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Although Gord was a direct descendant, everyone could empathize with him. From time to time, people would turn to look at Gord's empty seat with sympathy. The venue was as noisy as a market. At this time, Sun Hunter spoke, and his thunderous voice covered the entire venue. Everyone turned to look at him, only to see him staring at Man Ison suspiciously. He said in a low, muffled voice, "Mecha Empire, tell me honestly, did you do it or not?" "Nonsense. I think you've all been brainwashed by Black Star. I'm the president, after all. How can I take the lead to break the rules?" Manison's face twitched, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. However, the crowd was skeptical and continued to stare at Man Ison, sizing him up. Han Xiao had been leading the way all this time, and he had already planted the seeds of doubt in everyone's hearts. Seeing this, veins popped up on Manison's forehead. He felt that June Flying Snow was wronged. No matter how he explained, he could not clear his name. These Beyond Grade As still suspected him, and this situation was caused by that brat Black Star. Man Ison turned around and glared at Han Xiao fiercely. He could not wait to fight with Han Xiao in front of everyone and fight until the sun and moon dimmed. This time, Clotty slowly stood up, his face expressionless, and his tone was cold. Gord's disappearance, no matter who did it, We'll find you and make you understand the consequences of provoking the dynasty." As he spoke, he glanced at Manison. Nothing needed to be said. The direct members of the three universal civilizations usually did not speak, but now, they all expressed that they would catch the culprit. Many of them glanced at the Mecha Empire from time to time. Manison's expression became more and more unpleasant. However, the way Sorokin looked at Manison became gentler. If not for the fact that this was not the right place, Sorokin almost wanted to give Manison a thumbs up and praise him. At this time, Han Xiao, who had been silent all this while, cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. Only then did he speak slowly. He slowly said, "Gord joined the association before this incident happened. He's one of us and is protected by the association. Now that something has happened to him, this is not only a provocation to the dynasty but also a provocation to the association's authority. We have the obligation to find the culprit. This is the association's responsibility. Therefore, I suggest that we start investigating this matter immediately. All beyond grade as will search for clues together and issue a universal kill order." As soon as he said that, everyone cheered, regardless of whether they were sincere or not. The vice president is right. The association can't stay out of this. How dare they touch our people? Do they think we're all decorations? Han Xiao's suggestion was what most of them wanted. Some of them were worried that if they did not express their stance, the dynasty would take revenge like the tragedy of the Pinnacles and threaten their lives. Now that Han Xiao suggested that the association provide assistance, it would more or less divert the hatred away from them. Furthermore, protecting the safety of the members was one of the association's responsibilities. Most of them were happy to see the association take action. This meant that they would receive such treatment in the future. All of a sudden, the entire place was filled with a lively atmosphere of Han Xiao raising his arm and cheering. Clotty glanced at Han Xiao, and his expression softened a little. He nodded slightly and sat back down. He also wanted to ask for the association's help. After all, with so many beyond graders here, they would have a greater chance of finding the culprit. Black Star was an ally of the dynasty, so he gave them face and directly agreed to help. Seeing this, Clotty felt that the dynasty's strategy was right. Letting Black Star take control of the association was definitely a good thing for the dynasty. Looking at everyone's reaction, Han Xiao maintained the serious expression on his face and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was the effect he wanted. The various organizations suspected each other, but they did not know that the culprit was right in front of them. This pool of water had been completely stirred up by him. Chapter 1243. The next day, led by the Beyond Grade A Development Union, all the Beyond Grade A organizations made a joint announcement, stating that this matter was also a provocation to the association. The association would assist the Red Empire to track down the culprit and give Gord justice. They wanted to see the culprit if he was alive or dead. The Beyond Grade A organizations used the Warlord organizations as their core and extended to all walks of life. With so many Beyond Grade as using their influence to search for clues, it instantly caused a chain reaction in the entire flickering world. Countless ordinary organizations were affected. Regarding the Beyond Grade A Association statement, the dynasty also made a public response. They especially praised the vice president, Black Star, for taking the lead and did not mention Manison at all. The difference in treatment was extremely obvious. At the same time, the Beyond Grade A Association issued a universal bounty to the outside world. Every member contributed some money, and the bounty was as high as 4 billion aners. The Black Star Corps alone contributed 350 million aners, showing the outside world how desperate they were to find the culprit. As the saying went, when there is a great reward, there will always be brave men. The astronomical bounty immediately aroused the passion of the entire flickering world. Almost everyone was guessing who the real culprit was every day. Coupled with the dynasty's exploration army mobilizing a large amount of manpower and resources to search for clues, the current direction of the flickering world changed. Although the flickering war was still the focus of the galactic residents' attention, with the addition of Where Did Gord Go? These organizations also mobilized manpower to search for clues. Radiance and Ethereal did not just stand by and watch. They both made announcements, stating that they shared the same hatred for the dynasty and would send manpower to assist the dynasty in the search as much as possible. The galactic organizations were interrogated one after another. All the intelligence before and after the incident was gathered in the dynasty's hands, but they still could not find any clues. In the remote conference room of the Supercluster Alliance, a meeting was in progress. Now that something like this has happened, it's impossible for the Empire to just let it go. They have to come up with an explanation. It'll be fine if they can find the culprit, but if they can't, they'll definitely find a temporary culprit in order to restore the Empire's prestige and vent their fury. And we're the best choice for the Empire. Everyone present was the remote projection of the leaders of the supercluster civilizations. Hearing the Star Arc civilization's leader speak, everyone's expression was grim. In the beginning, they had suspected their own people and asked if it was them. They thought that it was some stupid thing that their allies did. However, after sharing the internal information, everyone dispelled their suspicions and united against the outside world. The leader of the Star Arc civilization proposed his idea at the right time, which was approved by many leaders. Everyone knew that they were too passive now. Regardless of whether the dynasty found the culprit or not, the Superstar Cluster Alliance would very likely become the scapegoat. The three universal civilizations would definitely not mind using this opportunity to make a fuss and make up groundless accusations against them. The tragedy of the Pinnacles was a bloody lesson. No supercluster civilization was willing to repeat the same mistake and let the three universal civilizations play with them. Therefore, the words of the Star Arc civilization's leader struck a chord in everyone's hearts. That's right, we can't just sit here and wait for death. We have to take the initiative. It's useless to explain. It's best to create a clear murderer and announce it so that the three universal civilizations won't be able to talk nonsense and attack us. Manison is a suitable target. Everyone nodded slowly. Seeing this, the leader of the Star Arc civilization breathed a sigh of relief and smiled in satisfaction. The reason he proposed this plan in the meeting was to get the entire Supercluster Alliance to cooperate with him. It was not enough to rely on the Star Arc civilization alone. Only by working together would they have a higher chance of making Manison the scapegoat. Now, the entire Supercluster Alliance had reached a consensus and was ready to push the blame to Manison. Somewhere in the Primeval Star River, in the Mecha Empire's secret base, Manison's expression was displeased. He hung up the communication from Radiance and frowned. The dynasty's request is too much. They want me to show all the felons, submit the flight records of all the spaceships under my command, and even open up the memory database of all the mechanical soldiers for them to check. They said they hoped I would cooperate, but they've already treated me as the main suspect. They're just short of bringing me back for interrogation. Manison shook his head. How could he not see that the three universal civilizations were still trying to find out the coordinates of his various bases? Although he was not the one who did it, he was not so naive as to think that he could stay out of it. From Manison's perspective, this was most likely done by the supercluster, and the supercluster naturally would not be willing to sit still and do nothing. Thus, they would definitely do something. He happened to be sandwiched between the three universal civilizations and the supercluster, so he was the most suitable victim. Someone would most likely pour dirty water on him. I can't not be careless. I still have to make some preparations and set up some countermeasures to put the blame on the supercluster. Speaking of which, if they try to make me the scapegoat, I should be able to prove that they're the real culprit. Manison knew this very well. If possible, he even wanted to make Blackstar the scapegoat and teach this B***star a lesson. Unfortunately, the difficulty of doing so was too high, and it was basically impossible. He could only give up on this thought. Somewhere in the ancient Star Desert, in the Holy Covenant organization's base. To think that something like this actually happened outside. In the room, many awakened primordial ones gathered around, looking at the communicator in Oathkeeper's hand while discussing non-stop. Their desire for gossip was burning fiercely, and it felt like they were in a senior citizens activity center. The current era is really scary. Even a perverted Esper ability like energy control has appeared. It's a pity that he was killed as soon as he became a beyond grade A. Blackstar was right. The outside world is very dangerous. This murderer made a mistake. No matter how flawless his actions were, as long as the dynasty studies the sanctums in the future and revives Gord, the truth will be revealed. This is the difference in intelligence. Everyone shook their heads. However, Oathkeeper was a little worried. If the dynasty never finds the murderer, once you revivers appear, the dynasty will definitely suspect you. This is not good news. Beja said helplessly, that's why we're also implicated by the murderer. We have to be more careful when we leave the mountain. Everyone sighed, feeling like the fish in the moat would be implicated. A few days later, in the army commander's office in Blackstar Palace, Han Xiao sat on a chair with virtual screens floating in front of him, showing the progress of the quantum network. In the past few days, he had been paying close attention to the development of the situation. He had seen with his own eyes the flames he had ignited spread like a prairie fire, and the scope of its influence was getting wider and wider. It made him feel more and more strongly that he was the mastermind behind the scenes, stirring up the situation in the dark. This will probably be the norm in the future. As long as the real murderer is not found, the dynasty will not let this matter rest. Han Xiao pondered. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Tarakov. As soon as the call connected, old Tarakov's remote projection appeared in the room. Old Marshal, it's been a while, Han Xiao greeted. Tarakov nodded with a serious expression and said with a deep voice, Blackstar, I'll make it short. The dynasty needs your help now. Just say it. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. Gord has been missing for a few days. The dynasty has already searched the records of the area around the incident for a month, but we haven't been able to find any substantial clues. Therefore, the upper echelons have decided to form a task force to investigate this matter. The dynasty hopes to invite you to join us as an expert and use your ability to search for clues on the quantum network. What do you think? Han Xiao almost laughed out loud. Ahem, no matter what, I'm still the consultant of the 3 universal civilizations. I'm always prepared for this. All right, the task force will meet up online in a day. If you can find any clues, the dynasty will reward you greatly. Tarakov did not waste any time. After giving Han Xiao a few reminders, he decisively hung up. He had been so busy recently that he really did not have time to catch up. Han Xiao put down the communicator, and a strange smile flashed across his eyes. This wave, he had successfully jumped the prophet and even obtained the title of sheriff. Inviting him, the mastermind behind the scenes, to investigate the case, it was possible to catch anyone but the real culprit. Furthermore, he had even joined the task force as an expert, which meant that he had a certain amount of power in his hands. With his abilities, it would be too easy for him to do anything. This way, there would be even more ways to frame the culprit. However, forging clues was still risky. Han Xiao planned to be more careful and act according to the situation. He would see how those suspects reacted first. You have triggered the mission, arrest order. Mission introduction. An important figure of the Red Empire is suspected to have been attacked and is currently missing. The dynasty has taken a fancy to your ability and hopes that you can join the investigation team and contribute. Mission requirements: solve the case and catch the culprit. Reward: depends on the mission rating. What the hell? Han Xiao's expression froze. He was a little confused. Currently, the situation was still under his control, but he did not expect the interface to show him. Oh my god, I was the one who did it, and I even triggered a mission like this. How am I supposed to complete this? Do I really have to catch myself? Chapter 1244. I wonder what the reward is. Han Xiao was curious. The mission requirement was to catch the culprit, not the real culprit. He felt that there was room for manipulation, and it depended on whether the logic of the mission was based on facts or from the dynasty's perspective. If it was the latter, did it mean that the mission would be completed as long as he successfully proved to the dynasty that someone was the culprit? If that was the case, there was still a chance for him to complete the mission. There was no way he would turn himself in, not in this lifetime. Werewolves did not know how to commit suicide, so he could only shift the blame to someone else to maintain his current lifestyle. Han Xiao shook his head. He did not have the obsessive-compulsive disorder to clear all the missions. The way he saw it, it would be best if he could complete this mission, but if he could not, he would just forget about it. Based on the nature of the mission, the reward would most likely be in the form of dynasty contribution points. In the past, he would still need such things to exchange for some of the dynasty's technological blueprints, but now that he had Jay's treasure, he no longer cared about the dynasty's contribution points. The next day, Han Xiao rested and entered the Dynasty Task Force's online channel. His remote projection appeared in a conference room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw projections appearing one after another, sizing each other up. There were acquaintances and strangers among them. Han Xiao saw Clotty, Kant, Ravenlouder, and the others. Before anyone could start chatting, Tarakov appeared and attracted everyone's attention. He then said solemnly, "Everyone here is a member of the Dynasty's task force, so I won't say anything unnecessary. Everyone knows what you need to do. This team has gathered professionals from various fields, and all the Dynasty's resources in the flickering world are available for you to use. The Dynasty only has one request, which is to find the culprit and Gord's whereabouts." The next moment, Clotty said calmly, "I will temporarily be the team leader of this task force. You can tell me if you need to use any resources. As for the specific arrangements, the deputy team leader will make the decision." This time, a tall and skinny male Dynasty officer stepped out, looked back at everyone, and greeted them with the Dynasty's greeting. "You can call me Sherlock Dillman. I work in the Dynasty's intelligence department. Forgive me for not being able to reveal the details, but the upper echelons have transferred me here as the deputy team leader to be in charge of the investigation. My strength alone is limited, so I need everyone to work together." Han Xiao raised his brows. Sherlock. This name sounded like a detective. This person was definitely not simple. He should be a special talent in the field of solving cases in the Empire. The task force did not require martial strength, only professional abilities. Therefore, Sherlock became the deputy team leader, and the beyond grade as were experts in different fields. Simply put, they were tools. Everyone introduced themselves one after another. There were a total of 3 experts in charge of searching the quantum network: himself, Kant, and Judith, a direct descendant of the Empire. Sherlock assigned different tasks to different specialists. Soon, he arrived in front of the 3 of them and quickly explained the requirements. "That's the situation. The virtual domain is the focus of the search. Please be sure to find clues. I'll leave it to the 3 of you." Sherlock bowed respectfully. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left to instruct the others. Seeing them walk away, Kant scratched his head helplessly. "The 2 of you are enough. I'm not a virtual mechanic. Why did the Empire pull me here? The Empire is probably just being polite to you and not expecting you to agree. I didn't expect you to be so shameless," Han Xiao teased. "Blackstar, you'll lose me as a friend if you do this." Kant's mouth twitched. "Ahum, Your Excellencies, the authority has been reached. Let's get to work as soon as possible," Judith said. Han Xiao calmed himself down and received the quantum network authority shared by the other party. Naturally, the Dynasty did not gather these specialists to let them fight alone. The Dynasty had opened up almost all the resources in the flickering world. Take the 3 of them for example. They could mobilize all the virtual mechanics of the Dynasty in the flickering world with just one sentence. At the same time, the quantum network base stations set up by the Dynasty in the flickering world were all open to the 3 of them, allowing them to directly log into the quantum network of the flickering world as administrators. Even part of the authority of the Dynasty's main artificial intelligence was temporarily opened to Han Xiao and Kant, the 2 outsiders. Other than investigating the case, Judith's mission was to prevent the 2 of them from messing around after obtaining such high authority. Han Xiao logged into the back-end authority, sank his consciousness into the quantum network, and felt enlightened. More than half of the flickering world's network was under his control. It was as if he had become the processing center, able to read any data stream that passed through the base station at any time. He even had the illusion of being omniscient. How comfortable. Han Xiao enjoyed it quite a bit. No matter how good his virtual intrusion was, he was still a burglar. Now, it was as if the owner of the house had directly lent him the entire house, and he could do whatever he wanted. Although Judith and Kant were monitoring each other, with his ability, he should be able to do something without them knowing. However, it was better to wait and see for now. More importantly, with this authority, he could take the initiative to erase any flaws that he might have, further removing evidence, and confirm his alibi. Since the dynasty had given him such an opportunity, he would naturally cherish it. In the next few days, Han Xiao stayed in the quantum network, cross-searching with Judith and Kant. Han Xiao originally thought that there would not be any clues, but in the past few days, he did find something. He realized that there was a subtle change in the situation. Without him needing to do anything, the supercluster and Manison took the initiative to trip each other up, trying to fabricate clues to confirm each other's crimes. Both sides were quite secretive. If not for him having the back-end authority of the flickering world's quantum network, Han Xiao would not have discovered their actions. Now that he had the authority, coupled with his amazing virtual technology, the small actions of both sides did not escape his eyes. TSK, you guys clearly didn't do it, but you can't wait to shift the blame. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. If other people saw this, it would be fine, but he was the real murderer. From his point of view, this situation was like two villagers accusing each other of being a werewolf. They were fighting each other in the wolf pit, but no one cared about the real werewolf. He was afraid that they would laugh their heads off. However, after thinking about it, he understood what both sides were thinking. The supercluster was afraid that the three universal civilizations would make a groundless accusation against them, so they took the initiative to gain the upper hand. Manison was aware of this and had taken countermeasures. Therefore, both sides immediately discovered that the other party was up to no good and immediately started fighting. This is my purpose for stirring up trouble. The plan worked. Both sides are trying to frame each other, so both sides are suspects. Because it's impossible to find the real culprit, one side will definitely be targeted by the dynasty. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. Now that both sides were attacking and defending, and neither side could confirm the other's responsibility, there was room for him to operate. With the way things were developing, it was much easier for him to shift the blame than he expected. With his current authority, he only needed to do a little to influence the dynasty's judgment and help one side suppress the other. It was equivalent to having the initiative in his hands. Who should I help? Han Xiao thought to himself and made up his mind. He had always been at odds with Manison, but on this matter, he planned to help him. After all, Manison was the current president of the Beyond Grade A Association. If he became the scapegoat, although it would affect his personal prestige, the Beyond Grade A Association would also be affected quite a bit. If the president secretly attacked the new members, many association members would feel threatened and become more vigilant. This would not be beneficial to the development of the association. On the other hand, letting the supercluster take the blame could create another effect. It would make the Beyond Grade As think that Gord was in trouble because he was involved in the faction war, so they would think that they would not have encountered such a thing if they did not join the faction. This would instead increase the recognition of some Beyond Grade As toward the association, which would be beneficial to the association's development. Most importantly, the three universal civilizations and the supercluster alliance were already at war. If they became the scapegoat, no more people would be affected. Although the dynasty would not stop searching for the real culprit in the future, for now, letting the supercluster be unlucky and taking the risk would reduce the impact of him taking the risk very much. Humph, old man Ison, I'm not helping you. I'm just thinking about the association. Han Xiao curled his lips. He mumbled in his mind and immediately got to work. No matter how much two good people fight, the result will still be decided by me, the wolf cop. Why do I feel like there's a mysterious force helping me? In the Mecha Empire's secret base, Manison's expression was a little strange. Over the past few days, he had noticed that the supercluster was indeed plotting something against him, So he took countermeasures and attacked the supercluster. Originally, both sides only had suspicions and no evidence, but now, both sides had added a lot of flaws to the other side. In this silent attack and defense, Manison was actually at a disadvantage. After all, his opponent was the entire supercluster alliance. Although his virtual technology was strong, it was difficult for him to deal with them alone. However, not long ago, he noticed something strange. Some of the evidence forged by the supercluster alliance had disappeared for no reason. It seemed like someone was helping him resist the other party's methods of framing him. To be able to discover the battle between me and the supercluster and have the ability to intervene. Could it be that the three universal civilizations are secretly involved? Manison's thoughts turned quickly. The reason the three universal civilizations did this should be because they confirmed that the supercluster was the culprit, so they did not want the other party to successfully frame them and get rid of the responsibility. Thinking deeper, if the dynasty could not tell who the real culprit was, this action was out of strategic considerations. They would give the supercluster a groundless accusation and take revenge in the future. If he were to think about it further, Manison pondered and fell into a cycle of matryoshka dolls. 7 or 8 days later, on the mother planet of the Red Empire, in the ruler's office. Uranril browsed through the report of the task force and could not help but rub her eyebrows. After the investigation over the past few days, you've found a seemingly complete chain of evidence that points all the suspicion to the supercluster alliance, but this is not the dynasty's original intention. In front of her was the remote projection of an upper echelon of the dynasty's intelligence department. He said helplessly, whether it's true or not isn't important now. As long as this chain of evidence is enough to make the outside world believe it, it's enough. What I want is the whereabouts of the real culprit and Gord. Otherwise, why would I need a task force? But time waits for no one. The real culprit did not leave any traces behind. If we continue to investigate step by step, the truth will be nowhere in sight. The outside world is already doubting whether the dynasty can find the culprit. Some people on the internet are even starting to worship this culprit who angered the dynasty but is still at large. We can take our time to find the real culprit in the future. Right now, the dynasty is in urgent need of results. Hearing this, Uranril frowned. Through Han Xiao's various tricks, the task force had dug out a complete chain of evidence that pointed to the supercluster. However, after careful consideration, the task force knew that this was fake and was most likely done by Manison. This act of both sides blaming each other did not escape the dynasty's eyes. However, even so, after the discussion, the task force still submitted this result to the upper echelons. The upper echelons of the Level 1 dynasty knew this, but they still handed this report to Uranril. Right now, all kinds of rumors were spreading in the outside world. What the dynasty needed the most was a result, regardless of whether it was true or not. The target of this chain of evidence was in line with the dynasty's strategy. The supercluster was the best target. Furthermore, the supercluster wanted to create a culprit themselves. The one who started this was the supercluster alliance. If they dragged this out for too long, they would succeed. The dynasty did not want to see them succeed. Uranril hesitated for a few seconds and did not agree immediately. She sighed and said, "Call Clotty and Sherlock over. I want to hear their opinions." This time, she paused and added, "Call them over. Also, call Black Star. P.S. The moderator has organized a new event and called me over to promote it. One is the 4th book review event. This time, other than fanfiction, there will also be fan art. The other is the 5th book review event. If you're interested, please go to the book review section to read the related posts. There's a detailed introduction." Chapter 1245. Not long after, the remote projections of Han Xiao, Clotty, and Sherlock appeared in the office. "Your Excellency." The three of them nodded in greeting. Uranril nodded, pointed at the report on the virtual screen, and went straight to the point. "This is the result of your work during this period. I'm not very satisfied. You know that what I want is not this kind of evidence to fool outsiders." Sherlock took a step forward, braced himself, and said, Your Excellency, we've been trying to track down the whereabouts of the real culprit, but the enemy has no flaws. We don't have any leads. Coincidentally, we found out that the Supercluster Alliance and Manison are framing each other, so, he explained the recent work of the task force. Simply put, they did not have a single real clue, but they collected a lot of fake evidence. Seeing that the outside world was getting more and more suspicious, and with the pressure and hints from the upper echelons, Sherlock had no choice but to extract a part of these fake clues and use his reasoning and analysis ability to form a self-consistent chain of evidence. Although it was fake, after his analysis, it sounded like the truth. Urinril frowned. Give me an exact answer. How long do you think it will take to find the real culprit? It seems like it will take a long time, unless we find a breakthrough. Sherlock shook his head helplessly. Both of you have the same idea? Urinril turned around. Clotty's face was dark. He did not say anything and nodded slowly. Han Xiao, on the other hand, spread his hands and put on a I can't do anything about it look. The person who attacked Gord is very cunning and did not leave any flaws. Even I have no clue. Based on the current situation, I think the dynasty can only look at the problem from a different perspective and consider the benefits. We need to find a suitable target to take the blame and temporarily calm the storm. The supercluster is the most suitable candidate. Plus, they're in a hurry to get rid of the blame, so there's more or less something fishy going on. It's not wrong to accuse them. Urinril shook her head and said, but there will definitely be people outside who will see through our plan. The supercluster will not admit to their crimes so easily. This is not good for the dynasty. I know your concerns, but that's not important. Han Xiao interrupted her and said, when Gord was attacked, the dynasty lost. We were already at a disadvantage, so we could only try to salvage the situation. Right now, what the dynasty needs the most is results. We can't shut other people's mouths, but we can shut their guts. This way, even if people mock us, those who should be afraid will still be afraid, and our goal will be achieved. But if that's the case, wouldn't the real culprit laugh himself to death when he saw that the Imperium had targeted the wrong person? Will some people with ulterior motives think that the Empire can be used because of this? Urinril said in a deep voice. This was what she was worried about. Once the outside world saw through the Empire's actions, some people would think that the Empire was easy to deceive, which would also reduce the Empire's prestige. That can't be helped. We have to choose the lesser of two evils. We can't always do things based on our preferences, right? Han Xiao's skin was as thick as armor. He chuckled and said, plus, this might not be a bad thing. It can make the real culprit lower his guard and give him a chance to expose himself. Perhaps one day, he'll give us a breakthrough. The Intelligence Department official also agreed. His Excellency Blackstar is right. We have to make a choice eventually. Urinril sighed and signed the order. Then let's do it. Actually, when this proposal appeared on her table, Urinril already knew that this was the silent consensus of the dynasty's upper echelons. She only needed to sign it. The ruler could not do whatever she wanted. She also had to walk the line between compromise and balance. She was about to step down from her position. She could not be stubborn anymore. After signing the order, Urinril felt relieved for some reason. She shook her head. Looks like the mission of finding the real culprit can only be handed over to the next ruler. That's good. I can relax a lot. At this moment, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He said, actually, we're thinking too much. There's another possibility for Gord's disappearance. I wonder if the dynasty has considered it. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. Oh, tell me about it. Urinril's interest was piqued. Do you think it's possible that this is Gord's own actions? Is it possible that he faked his death and went missing? Hearing this, the Intelligence Department official could not help but laugh. Your Excellency Blackstar, we've made this assumption a long time ago. The final conclusion is that it's impossible. Gord doesn't have such a motive. I don't think so. Han Xiao shook his head. A direct descendant might not be completely loyal. Is it possible that he just wants to use the dynasty's resources to step into the beyond Grade A realm and then fake his death to jump out of the faction and hide his identity? Then, He secretly glanced at everyone and saw their disapproving expressions. He immediately added, of course. This is just a logical judgment. I don't know Gord's background, so of course, I won't completely believe him. Anyway, in my eyes, this kind of thing is not impossible. Haven't there been examples in history? Sherlock was silent. Your suspicions are reasonable. Gord has served the dynasty for too short a time. Urenrel glared at him and spoke in a bureaucratic tone, you don't have to worry about that. The Empire has its own system for vetting the direct descendants. We won't accept anyone with suspicious points. The Empire has absolute trust in the loyalty of the direct descendants. Han Xiao glanced at the expressionless Clotty and knew that Urenril did not want to continue this topic here. He shook his head and smiled, pretending to be casual. All right, I was just casually mentioning it. Sherlock, however, did not give up. I'm more curious. Why would you think that Gord faked his death? There must be something that made you think that way. Do you think there's something suspicious about him? Han Xiao was stunned and looked at him in surprise. This guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually likes to play the supporting role so much. I don't know if I should say that you have a strong thirst for knowledge or that you don't pay attention to where you're talking. Can't you see that the dynasty's intelligence officer is already giving you a signal? Han Xiao suddenly realized that this was an opportunity to lead the conversation. He thought for a moment, coughed, and said, there's no clue. On one hand, I can't find any clues. It's too clean, unlike an outsider attack. On the other hand, it's not that Gord revealed anything suspicious, but I happen to know a guy who successfully faked his death, so I connected the dots. Who's that? Sherlock was curious. This person is quite famous. You guys definitely know him. It's that Sorokin from the Limitless Financial Group. Without waiting for anyone to ask, Han Xiao continued. I discovered his little secret by coincidence. He's not as weak as he looks, and I can feel a threat from him. He might not be weaker than me, but he's always shown himself as a weakling. I don't know what he's up to. Plus, the real age of his soul seems to be much older than it is now. I tested him and found out that he might be a beyond grade A in history. I suspect that he faked his death and hid his identity until now. He hid some key information and exposed Sorokin's background with ambiguous words. The few of them were skeptical. How did you know? Urenril was confused. This involves a universal treasure I obtained not long ago. It has a miraculous effect in the soul domain. Han Xiao smiled and did not explain in detail, pretending to be mysterious. Urenril knew that Han Xiao did not want to talk about it, so she did not ask. Thinking about Sorokin's past behavior, she said thoughtfully, if this is true, then Sorokin is planning something big. We'll have to adjust our attitude toward him. She would not believe him immediately, but Han Xiao had a lot of political assets, and he even had the strange bonus of civilization leader assassin. She would take him more seriously if he said it clearly. Urenril planned to investigate Sorokin in private. Compared to Blackstar, Sorokin was the outsider. Seeing this, Han Xiao did not want to reveal too much. He only wanted to arouse the dynasty's interest in Sorokin. This was the benefit of having the heavens listening in on him. He happened to have the right opportunity today, so he could directly make Sorokin look bad in front of the dynasty. After all, the supercluster being the scapegoat was just a temporary measure for the dynasty. They still had to continue looking for the culprit in the future, so Han Xiao really wanted to make use of this opportunity to mess with Sorokin. This guy was good at being flexible and hiding too deeply. No one knew what he was planning. If he could expose him and make him unable to continue pretending to be weak, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. With Gord's incident, once Sorokin's strength was exposed, he would become a suspect. Although in Han Technician's opinion, Sorokin did not have any motive, he could at least make this dog sick. Humph, who asked him to plot against me behind my back every day? Did he think that my little notebook was for nothing? All right, that's the situation. I have nothing else to ask. If there's nothing else, Urenril was about to end the communication, but before she finished, she heard Han Xiao speak again. Wait, there's one last thing. Speak. Urenril clenched her teeth. She thought that Han Xiao was going to tell on her again, but Han Xiao suddenly put on a serious expression and spoke with a deep voice. Your Excellency Ruler, I'm talking to you as the Vice President of the Beyond Grade A Association. I support the dynasty's actions against the supercluster this time, but I hope that this matter will not implicate the members of the association. Hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted, and they looked at Han Xiao with surprise. Their expressions also became serious. Continue. Yurenril narrowed her eyes. I believe we all know that there are direct descendants of the supercluster hidden among the neutral Beyond Grade As. I support the dynasty's actions against the supercluster this time, but I don't want the Beyond Grade As of the supercluster to be part of the dynasty's revenge. I'm not shielding the culprit, but I ask that the dynasty not to vent their anger on some neutral Beyond Grade As and suspected supercluster members. There might be a culprit among them, but before the culprit is proven, they will be protected by the association. Han Xiao's expression was solemn, and he looked like he was going to fight for what was right even if he had to offend the dynasty. Yurenril and the others immediately understood what he meant. Black Star knew where the evidence came from. Although he supported the dynasty's actions, he did not want this to become an excuse for the dynasty to take action against the Beyond Grade As. It was fine to attack the supercluster, but it could not involve other unrelated Beyond Grade As. The change of identity was seamless. 1 second, he was still an ally of the dynasty, and the next second, he became the vice president of the Beyond Grade A Association. You're really watertight. Yurenril had a complicated look in her eyes. If I don't speak for the association, I won't be able to keep my position as the vice president when word gets out. Han Xiao did not mind. Alright, I understand. The dynasty's targets will only be limited to the supercluster alliance. Before obtaining complete evidence, they won't do anything to their hidden direct Beyond Grade As. After all, the association has already expressed their willingness to help us. Yurenril sighed. Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled again, thought about it, and chuckled. Alright, if the dynasty doesn't mind, cooperate with me to publicize it. Say that the dynasty originally wanted to track down the neutral Beyond Grade As and even interrogate them, but I argued with the dynasty and protected the association members. In the end, I convinced the dynasty to give up on the idea and highlight my role in this. Although the few of them did not speak, their eyes all revealed the same message. Wow, you're really not polite, and you're so King shameless. Alright. Yurenril took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Otherwise, she might not be able to hold herself back from grabbing the thermos flask on the table and throwing it at Han Xiao. Although she was complaining, she still decided to publicize it to increase Black Star's voice and reputation in the association. With Black Star presiding over the association, it would be more beneficial to the dynasty. This kind of reputation would benefit no one else other than their own people. After receiving a definite answer, Han Xiao smiled and left. He deactivated the remote projection and returned to the office where his main body was. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. I've finally led the Empire astray with this wave of momentum. Han Xiaoshan felt much more relaxed. Luckily, he had enough political assets, so it was easier for the dynasty to accept his opinion. If it were not for the fact that Manison and Supercluster had attacked each other, he would have had to put in more effort. Now, he had basically taken advantage of the situation and used it as a pretext to make a fuss. It could be said that both sides had helped him and made things a lot simpler. He directly grasped the main conflict and did not need to do anything fancy. Furthermore, he could also increase his reputation in the association and let the members see how the vice president was willing to fight against the dynasty for the sake of protecting the association's interests. As the saying went, a leader who did not fight for the interests of his subordinates was not a good leader. This wave would probably convince more people and make them see the benefits of him being in charge. Han Xiao did not know how many birds he had hit with this rock. He only knew that he had neutralized a lot of the negative effects of Gord's attack. When the dynasty announced that they would take action against Supercluster, this matter should come to an end for the time being. As for the other unknown chain reactions, he could only wait and see. On the other side, only Yurenril and Clotty were left in the ruler's office. Urenrel subconsciously pinched her fingers, a hesitant expression on her face. After a long while, she said softly. After a while, she said in a low voice, "Do you think he'll be the next Mecha Empire?" Clotty looked at her and shook his head. "He's 100 times more dangerous than the Mecha Empire." Chapter 1246. The current situation in the flickering world was extremely tense, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Ever since Gord was attacked, the dynasty's investigation had attracted the attention of the entire galactic society. It had been almost a month, and the dynasty had made such a big move, but there was still no result. Voices of doubt gradually appeared in the outside world. While the rumors in the outside world were getting more and more intense, the dynasty, which had attracted the attention of countless galactic residents, finally made a new announcement, showing a complete chain of evidence. The target was the Superstar Cluster Alliance, and the words were fierce, setting off a heated discussion. This official announcement claimed that after rigorous evidence collection, they found that 3 supercluster civilizations were suspected to have planned the attack on Gord. Therefore, the dynasty demanded that these 3 supercluster civilizations open up their databases and cooperate with the investigation unconditionally. Otherwise, they would take further measures. The Supercluster Alliance originally wanted to make Manison the scapegoat, but their measures against Manison were neutralized by a mysterious force time and time again, which led to the dynasty being one step faster. Facing such a blatant attempt to divide them, the Supercluster Alliance firmly denied it and refused to cooperate with the investigation. They also made an announcement, claiming that the Red Empire was just using this as a pretext. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, they simply pointed out the unfair suppression of the supercluster civilizations by the 3 universal civilizations over the years, trying to gain the upper hand in public opinion. Radiance and Ethereal also joined in the fun and supported the dynasty. The war between the two sides caused a huge uproar in the galactic society. Most people trusted the 3 universal civilizations more, and a small number of people saw through the dynasty's tricks. However, even if they knew that something was wrong, they could not change the overall situation. No matter how much was said, in the end, it still depended on strength. After a few days of fermenting, the dynasty took the next step. They claimed that since the Supercluster Alliance had already attacked the Beyond Grade as, the original agreement was invalid. They also announced that the dynasty would mobilize their direct Beyond Grade as to participate in the flickering war. Radiance and Ethereal followed closely behind. The Beyond Grade A Association, which had already reached an agreement with the 3 universal civilizations, expressed their support, claiming that the Supercluster Alliance was the one who broke the rules first. Very soon, the direct Beyond Grade as of the 3 universal civilizations left for the frontlines one after another. With the addition of Beyond Grade as, the intensity of the war escalated rapidly. The 3 universal civilizations destroyed one stronghold after another, and the Supercluster Alliance lost territory at an even faster rate. The outside world originally thought that the Supercluster Alliance would also send their direct members to fight, but things did not develop that way. The Supercluster Alliance only relied on their current forces to resist the direct Beyond Grade as of the 3 universal civilizations. Even though they were losing, they did not take out any hidden Beyond Grade as. Related questions spread on the quantum network at the right time, secretly leading more galactic residents to be curious. When this question attracted widespread attention, a mysterious person released the so-called internal information to explain the reason. Intelligence showed that there might be members of the Supercluster Alliance hiding in the Beyond Grade A Association and committing the crime of attacking Gord. Originally, the dynasty planned to strictly investigate all neutral Beyond Grade as, but after Blackstar learned of this, he did not hesitate to offend the dynasty and went to argue with the ruler, wholeheartedly protecting the interests of the members. He claimed that unless they found concrete evidence, they could not implicate the other association members. In the end, after days and nights of negotiations, the dynasty was finally convinced by Blackstar and gave up on this idea. Because of Blackstar's efforts, the Beyond Grade A Association was not subjected to a compulsory search. Everyone guessed that the pawn of the Supercluster Alliance was able to hide because of this, so the supercluster would rather take a beating than expose the pawn. This news shocked countless organizations. Facing the search warrant issued by the dynasty, almost everyone obediently cooperated, but Black Star dared to reject it. Furthermore, the dynasty knew that the culprit might be hiding in the association, but they still agreed to Black Star's request. What kind of dignity was this? The galactic residents were shocked. He was indeed the first consultant of the three universal civilizations. Even the furious dynasty had to give him face. In the remote conference room of the Supercluster Alliance, the leaders of many civilizations gathered together, and the atmosphere was gloomy. We guessed right. The three universal civilizations are indeed targeting us. It's like everything was planned. The leader of the Star Arc civilization clenched his fists tightly. He was furious and could not calm down. Originally, Manison alone would not have been able to stop so many supercluster civilizations from blaming him together. However, they discovered that there was a mysterious force secretly destroying the plan and constantly supporting Manison, causing their actions to be slowed down by a few steps. The mysterious force secretly helping Manison could only be the three universal civilizations. The three universal civilizations have long planned to make us take the blame, so after discovering our plan, they secretly destroyed it to prevent us from having a chance to escape the blame and have no choice but to be targeted by them, a leader said angrily. The supercluster had guessed the plan of the three universal civilizations and was afraid of taking the blame, so they framed Manison. Manison had guessed the plan of the supercluster, so he countered and protected himself. The three universal civilizations had guessed that the supercluster had guessed their plan, so they helped Manison. Their ultimate goal was still to target the supercluster. In their eyes, the stakes were just like that. Everyone's hearts were filled with strong anger and a deep sense of powerlessness. They felt that the three universal civilizations had woven a huge net, leaving them nowhere to escape or struggle. What do we do now? The three universal civilizations have sent their direct members, and the intensity of the war has increased. Our fleet reinforcements are limited. If we don't take out our direct members, we'll definitely lose, someone said worriedly. Everyone looked at each other with a conflicted look on their faces. Forget it. Can't you guys see the situation clearly? Even if we take out our direct members, we won't have a chance to turn the tables. We'll only be exposing ourselves for nothing. Someone sighed and said what was on everyone's mind. Instead of that, we might as well let our direct members continue to hide their identities. The situation is different now. Black Star is protecting the Beyond Grade A Association. As long as our people aren't exposed, they won't be implicated. Everyone nodded. If there was no Beyond Grade A Association, the three universal civilizations would definitely thoroughly investigate most of the neutral Beyond Grade As, and no one would dare do anything about it. The result would most likely be another tragedy of the Pinnacles. They would rather kill the wrong people than let them go and wipe out the hidden members of the Supercluster Alliance. Now that the Beyond Grade A Association had been established, the three universal civilizations could not do whatever they wanted. Because of Black Star's existence, the dynasty could not act recklessly against the neutral Beyond Grade As. This way, their spies in the supercluster were also protected. Black Star, many civilization leaders had complicated expressions. They did not like this guy, but Black Star's actions had indirectly protected their people. This was an indisputable fact. The Star Arc civilization leader sighed and said helplessly, "The situation is hopeless. Don't do anything irrational. The three universal civilizations are forcing us to take out our direct members. Once we fall into their trap, they will have a reason to thoroughly investigate. Don't waste the safety that Black Star has indirectly fought for us. Let them continue to hibernate in the association. Beyond Grade A Association Headquarters, Planet Finn. This time, it's all thanks to Black Star. Otherwise, we would all be implicated." In the large round-table conference room, the atmosphere was joyous. Many ordinary Beyond Grade As had relieved smiles on their faces. Ever since the incident happened, many neutral Beyond Grade As had been worried that they would be implicated. Now that the dust had finally settled, if not for the intelligence, they would not have known that Black Star had once argued with the dynasty and successfully protected their interests. This touched many beyond grade as a leader who sought benefits for his subordinates was a good leader. Although they did not have a superior-subordinate relationship, it was precisely because of this that they respected Han Xiao even more, and their sense of identity toward the association increased greatly. Facing everyone's enthusiasm, Han Xiao waved his hand and put on his signature Sorokin-style smile. "I'm the vice president after all. I just did what I should have done. You don't have to be so polite with me. That won't do. I have to thank you properly." Lucy suddenly stood up, bowed respectfully to Han Xiao, and said gratefully, "If not for you, I don't know when I would have regained my freedom." "You don't have to be so humble." Because he had been discovered following Gord, the dynasty had captured him. Lucy had been worried for many days and was only released not long ago. With such an experience, Lucy knew better than anyone that if not for Black Star's operation and the association's protection, he would have most likely died in the hands of the dynasty and would not have regained his freedom. Therefore, although he was a spy of the supercluster, his gratefulness was not fake. He still had lingering fears. Lucy's words were widely agreed by everyone. Everyone had a scale in their hearts. If they compared the role of the president and vice president, they would realize that the benefits that Black Star had brought to the association far exceeded that of the Mecha Empire. Putting aside those slogans, everyone joined the association for self-protection and benefits. They were willing to let whoever could bring them more benefits be their representative. However, in this incident, not only did Manison not do anything, he even implicated the association. The contrast was too obvious. The way everyone looked at him became more and more subtle. All right. Don't get too excited. It's a good thing that you're not implicated. At least Manison's name has been cleared. Don't target him today. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Han Xiao coughed and could not help but interrupt. Although this was an action to increase his reputation, it was enough. These members were too excited. He was worried that if this continued, he would be in trouble. Hearing this, everyone's face suddenly looked like they had seen a ghost. Black Star actually spoke up for Manison. "Our youth is over." Everyone held their heads in disbelief. Manison turned his head and glanced at Han Xiao. His expression was a little complicated, but there was less hostility. Others might not know, but how could he not know? After the supercluster took the blame, he guessed that the mysterious force that secretly helped him was most likely from Black Star. He did this for the sake of the big picture. Manison sighed. During the Battle of Hela, he helped Black Star. Now, Black Star helped him. The two had been at odds for many years. At this moment, Manison could not help but feel an indescribable feeling in his heart. Han Xiao also noticed Manison's gaze. He turned his head and glanced at him. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Manison retracted his gaze, closed his eyes, and hid his emotions. Han Xiao ignored him. He looked over and saw Sorokin on the other side. Sorokin did not wear his signature fake smile today. Instead, he looked like he had a lot on his mind and was distracted from time to time. Looking at his ghostly appearance, I reckon the Empire has secretly taken action. Han Xiao chuckled. Taking the blame for the supercluster was just a temporary measure. His mission was not shown to be completed, but he did not really care about this. The dust had settled, and the storm of secretly killing Gord had finally come to an end. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the current situation. The hidden danger was eliminated, and he was not implicated. This was already a good result. After everyone discussed for a while, Han Xiao suddenly said with a serious expression, "Don't be too happy. The situation is clear now. The three universal civilizations will definitely win. The supercluster alliance won't be able to hold on for long. Once they lose, they will have to lay low for at least a few decades. When the three universal civilizations are free, their next target will be us. Don't forget, the three universal civilizations already had this plan, but it was delayed by the flickering war. We've been developing smoothly all these years because the real difficulty hasn't arrived yet. Everyone, be prepared. The suppression of the three universal civilizations won't be far away." Hearing this, everyone's expression became serious, and they nodded. The participation of the direct members of the three universal civilizations was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The battle quickly turned from a stalemate to a one-sided victory. Most people originally predicted that the war would last another 2 to 3 years, but due to Gord's incident, this process was greatly shortened. In only 11 months, the three universal civilizations wiped out the Supercluster Alliance's army in the fourth phase of the Flickering World and took back all the territories they occupied. The Flickering War ended with the Supercluster Alliance's crushing defeat. They invested countless resources, but in the end, they still could not change their fate and could only lick their wounds silently. The Crimson Dynasty redistributed the territories of the fourth phase. The territories that the participants on their side had obtained were kept, and the remaining territories would be developed by themselves. The remaining territories would be rented out, sold, or rewarded to other organizations. This time, none of the Beyond Grade A allies would be rewarded with any territory. Han Xiao, on the other hand, successfully bought Planet Milton, the venue of the Player National War, and had the army move in. He did not make any large-scale changes, so the terrain left behind by the players was still preserved. The flames of war were extinguished, and the Flickering World temporarily returned to peace. The three universal civilizations started to deal with the aftermath of the war, restoring law and order everywhere. However, the impact of Gord's incident did not disappear with the defeat of the Supercluster Alliance. It only settled down, fermenting in a place that no one could see. The stars moved and time flew by. In this atmosphere, more than half a year passed in the starry sky. On this day, the Red Empire finally welcomed the big event that they had been preparing for a long time. Uranril stepped down, and the ruler was replaced. Chapter 1247. Red Empire's mother planet, Tarunamir Palace. The Dynasty Hall was the venue for all kinds of large-scale ceremonies. Every dynasty ruler's handover ceremony was held here as usual and broadcasted to the entire universe. The venue had been set up, and there were no empty seats below. Most of them were remote projections. Among them were high-ranking officials of the dynasty, leaders of allied civilizations, and special envoys from Radiance and Ethereal. The Beyond Grade A allies were also invited to attend. They sat in the middle and back area, next to the dynasty's direct descendants. Kant and Milizors were on Han Xiao's left and right. The ceremony had not started yet, and the three of them were still chatting. Another term has passed in the blink of an eye. Uranril is going to retire too. Kant sighed. I've seen a total of 4 dynasty rulers. Although Uranril is not the wisest, she's the easiest to get along with. Milizors muttered softly. As a member of the Ancient Ones, his life was filled with rich experiences. Is that so? This is the first time I've seen a ruler change. Han Xiao was interested. The players in his previous life could not reach this level. This was also the first time he had experienced something like this. Although I'm stronger than most of the Beyond Grade as in the universe, I'm still a baby. This time, Kant pouted and whispered, "Do you see that? That's the new dynasty ruler. Do you know who he is?" "No." Milizors shook his head. Han Xiao also looked over. The new ruler's seat was right next to Uranril. From his angle, he could only see a muscular back. Long before today's handover ceremony, the dynasty's top leaders had already been decided internally. However, according to the dynasty's usual practice, the identity of the new leader was still kept a secret. The allies had no way of knowing before today. However, Han Xiao was not an exception. He already knew who the new dynasty ruler was. After chatting for a while, the time for the ceremony to begin gradually approached. The voices in the hall became softer and softer, and everyone sat up straight. When it was time, the hall was already filled with solemnity. The high-ranking official in charge of the meeting stood up, first expressing the dynasty's welcome to everyone present, then announcing the official start of the ceremony. The handover ceremony of the Empire's ruler followed the style of their own civilization. The process was simple, unlike the Radiant Federation's fancy and cumbersome ceremony. After one segment after another, it was finally time for the main event of the handover, which was Urenril's resignation speech. Under everyone's gaze, Urenril stepped onto the podium. She wore a plain Empire uniform today, and her hair was tied up high. There was nothing out of the ordinary about her. She looked around the venue for 3 seconds and slowly said, "Today's scene reminds me of the day when I took office as the ruler of the Imperium. I was equally confident that I could make the Imperium better. After so many years, my original vision has been realized in different ways. I can proudly tell myself that I have lived up to my original belief and the Imperium's expectations. Looking back, we have made many achievements in the fields of politics, economy, and universe security. Our greatest achievement is the development of the flickering world, which will establish the future trend of the Imperium's rapid development. On the way of the Imperium's development, we were lucky enough to meet more like-minded partners and allies. The Imperium's current achievements are not due to my personal efforts but the joint efforts of every Imperium colleague. Here, I express my sincere gratitude to everyone for their contributions." Urenril bowed and performed the dynasty's etiquette. Thunderous applause sounded in the hall. After a few seconds of applause, Urenril straightened her body, raised her hand, and gestured for the applause to stop. Of course, the Imperium's path forward is also filled with obstacles. It has never been smooth sailing, and we also face many challenges. The Imperium rose from its humble beginnings. Our ancestors endured one disaster after another and finally allowed us to stand among the civilizations of the universe, becoming one of the cornerstones of the order of the galactic society. The Imperium's golden spirit has been passed down from generation to generation and has been imprinted in our genes. We are not afraid of danger and solved many difficulties, including the AI disaster. Not only did we protect our civilization, but we also protected the safety of the universe. What can't kill us will only make us stronger. The development of the world has always been moving forward with twists and turns. There will be new challenges and new opportunities in the future. I sincerely wish all my compatriots of the Imperium to maintain the Imperium's spirit in the days to come. No matter what difficulties we face, we will not back down and face them with a smile. Today, my term has come to an end. My duties will be handed over to the next person at the helm of the Imperium. The successor will continue to carry out our great system and continue to fulfill our noble responsibility to the civilization and the universe. I believe that the Imperium will achieve glory in his hands, just like how I believed in myself back then. Finally, may the Imperium last forever. After that, Urenril bowed again. Her retirement speech was not long and did not brag about her achievements, maintaining the dynasty's usual concise style. Clatter. The next second, a tsunami-like applause rang out in the hall, giving the highest praise to a ruler who was about to retire. Han Xiao clapped as well. He recalled the scenes of him interacting with Urenril and sighed to himself. They had known each other for decades. Putting aside their identities, the two of them were more or less friends. "I'm afraid I won't be able to see her again in the future." After retiring, the ruler of the Imperium continued to enjoy the same level of treatment, but they did not have any real power. They usually lived on the mother planet of the Imperium and rarely appeared in public. After they died of old age, they could choose to upload a backup memory and integrate it into the main artificial intelligence of the Imperium, Heroic Soul. The thunderous applause lasted for a full minute before it slowly stopped. Urenril retreated to the side, and the burly new ruler walked up to the podium and appeared in front of everyone. This person had a resolute face and a high hairline, revealing a smooth forehead. He was tall and sturdy, and his strong pectoralis major and biceps made his uniform tight, outlining his muscular figure. He gave off a strong and fierce aura, as if he was a walking male hormone. At this moment, he was high-spirited and ambitious. Bruce P. Statham, the new ruler of the Imperium. He was once a cadre of the Imperium's government and later transferred to an administrative position. He rose all the way from a star commander to a star commander before moving to the core of the Imperium. During Urenril's term, he received the right to be groomed by the Senate and became one of the candidates to succeed. In the end, he stood out and was confirmed as the next ruler. The relevant information flashed through Han Xiao's mind. This person was the dynasty ruler that the players in his previous life were most familiar with. Urenril was half an anomaly. People like Marbruce were actually the normal style of a dynasty ruler. Among all the dynasty rulers, people with this style were the most common. Marbruce looked around and gave a simple self-introduction. Then said solemnly, I have the highest respect for Urenril's contributions over the years. She has contributed greatly to the dynasty's current achievements. For many years to come, I will be at the helm of the dynasty. Just as she believes in me, I also believe in myself. I will not let her down and continue to lead the dynasty forward. His tone was filled with strong confidence as he spoke with assurance. The inauguration speech was different from the resignation speech. He analyzed the current situation, looked forward to the future, talked about his political ideals, emphasized the dynasty's development path, set his goals, and so on. In comparison, it was much longer, lasting more than an hour. Han Xiao gave a rough summary. The key words were strengthen centralization of power, strengthen regional control, expand military strength, lead multi-domain cooperation, reduce unnecessary waste of resources, and so on. This was quite different from when Urenril was still in power. It emphasized more on the dynasty's control over different domains. Many of the guests present did not show it on their faces, but their hearts were already in turmoil. With the dynasty changing its development path, many organizations would also be deeply affected. The new ruler's strong ideals were naturally not good news for them. This was just a precautionary measure. The eyes of many beyond Grade A allies also flickered. I didn't expect the new ruler to be so firm. I thought he would choose stability when he first ascended the throne, Kant mumbled softly. Since he said so, it must have been approved by the dynasty. If the dynasty has no objections, how can outsiders like us influence the appointment of the leader of the three universal civilizations? His position has always been extremely stable. Milizors shook his head. Sigh, my honeymoon period with the dynasty is probably coming to an end. Han Xiao shook his head. He vaguely had such a feeling. The reason why Urenrel trusted him so much was that they had gone through so many things together and established a relationship of mutual trust. Marbruce, on the other hand, had never known him. Even if he valued him, he wouldn't be as easy to talk to as Urenrel. However, it was enough. After decades of cooperation, the Black Star Corps had already completed its rise. As long as the status quo was maintained, he would be quite satisfied. Everyone had their own plans. On the surface, they still looked like they were watching seriously, not revealing anything. Not long after, the handover ceremony finally came to an end. Urenril and Marbruce shook hands, announcing the completion of the handover of the dynasty's authority. This scene was frozen in the photo. On February 15th, year 740 of the galaxy calendar, the Red Empire's ruler changed. Urenril stepped down, and the dynasty entered the Marbruce era. 2 days later, the Radiant Federation also held a handover ceremony. Bada resigned as the president, and the new president of the Radiant Federation was appointed. His name was Louis Loki. 2 of the 3 universal civilizations had changed leaders in just a few days. The entire galactic society was in a heated discussion. Most of the galactic residents were analyzing what changes this would bring to their lives. On the 3rd day, Han Xiao finally received an invitation from Marbruce for a private meeting. Han Xiao's remote projection came to the ruler's office. Marbruce was already sitting in Urenril's seat. The guard beside him did not change. It was still Clotty. Blackstar, I've heard a lot about you. Marbruce revealed a masculine smile. Your Excellency ruler. Han Xiao nodded and greeted him. You're a legend in the universe. I've always wanted to meet you. Today, my wish has finally come true. Marbruce's tone was generous, and his attitude was quite polite. Seeing this, Han Xiao also started flattering him. The way Han Xiao saw it, Marbruce had just become the ruler, so he needed to meet with every important person in the dynasty. This meeting was just to get to know him. There was no special purpose. The 2 of them chatted for a while before Marbruce brought up the main point. I won't change the agreement between you and Urinril. The dynasty won't interfere with the territory that has already been given to you. I won't stop supporting you either, so you can rest assured. Hehe, I've always believed that the dynasty is fair and just. I've never doubted it. Han Xiao was straightforward with his words. Ma Bruce grinned and suddenly changed the topic. The dynasty is still discussing the issue of the Beyond Grade A Association. If you have any opinions, you can raise them to me at any time. I'll consider it. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. He maintained his smile, nodded, and did not answer. The two of them chatted for a while more before Ma Bruce indicated that he wanted to end the conversation. Han Xiao was about to leave when he suddenly looked at Clotty, smiled, and said, I wonder if Your Excellency Dark Emperor can send me off. You're just a remote projection. What's there to send? Clotty frowned. This time, he suddenly realized that Ma Bruce nodded at him, so he had no choice but to lead Han Xiao out of the room. After closing the door, Han Xiao looked at Clotty and asked curiously, How's Urinril? She joined the Senate. Clotty was confused. Why are you asking this? The Red Empire was different from the Radiant Federation. The Senate of the Red Empire did not have the authority to discuss matters. At most, it could only be responsible for training successors. It was really a place for retirement and rarely had contact with the outside world. Just curious. But why are you still the ruler's personal guard? Didn't you get transferred? Han Xiao smiled. No. Originally, when Gord grew up, he might have taken over. Now that he's gone, the other direct descendants all have their own positions and can't be transferred easily. I can only continue to be the ruler's personal guard. Clotty shook his head. Although his face was still cold, there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. While the two of them were chatting outside the door, Ma Bruce looked at the closed door in the ruler's office, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Predecessor, you've really left me with a problem. You've given Black Star too many things. As the representative of the hardliners, Ma Bruce did not like Black Star at all, an external ally who was too powerful and could not be controlled. However, for now, he did not plan to do anything to Black Star. He could only maintain the status quo and wait for the future. Ma Bruce still remembered Beccarodi's report. Gord, who he had high hopes for, might have died in Black Star's hands. Although he did not know if it was true or not, with the Mecha Empire as an example, he was already wary of Black Star. Chapter 1248. In the past, there were people who asked me why I didn't update after midnight. This time, I'll make it clear. My after midnight refers to the time between midnight and 5 a.m. I don't know when I'll finish writing, so don't wait and go to bed early. Anyway, the chapters I've written won't grow legs and run away on their own. I can read them whenever I want. Writing is work, so why stay up late with me? If I don't have to work, I'll go to bed early every day. Isn't it better to dream? Godly Mechanic will be updated later today. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 1249. Deactivating the remote projection and returning to the room, Han Xiao opened his eyes, looked at the familiar scenery in the room, and exhaled. Ma Bruce has quite a lot of ideas for the Beyond Grade A Association. Well, it's not surprising. In his position, it's incompetent to not have any ideas. He just got promoted, so he needs some achievements. Han Xiao shook his head. Urinril is indeed better. Too bad, I'll just have to get used to it when Muscle Tycoon takes over in the future. The bonus of the honeymoon period was an important factor in the rise of the Black Star Corps. To take care of all aspects, the dynasty could not take it back. Even if Ma Bruce had ideas for him, he could only accept the cooperation agreement signed by his predecessor. Therefore, Han Xiao did not have to care about his feelings at all. Even if there were no other benefits in the future, these agreements were enough. Since you can't go back on your word, we'll just have to make do. Han Xiao thought about this problem while leaving the office. He came to the secret area of the Black Star Palace and walked into a combat training room with extremely high clearance. Clang clang clang. As soon as he walked in, he saw a tall mechanical suit warrior fighting a pair of virtual opponents. Every step he took shook the room. As soon as he saw Han Xiao, the mechanical suit warrior stopped and stood respectfully with his hands by his side. Han Xiao smiled. "You're pretty hardworking. Come out and let me see what level you're at now." The mechanical suit split open from the middle, revealing the user inside, Lethair, who was expressionless. Ever since he assassinated the Modo leader, Lethair had been locked away by Han Xiao and had been training hard. This mechanical suit was a training support equipment specially made by Han Xiao for pugilists. It did not have any combat ability but instead added a very high load to the user, strengthening the training effect. Almost 10 years had passed, and Lethair's strength had been improving. He was very different from those officers who were stuck at the calamity grade and could not make any progress. It was obvious that his potential had not been squeezed dry. Han Xiao had high hopes for him. Han Xiao raised his hand, and golden electric arcs jumped on his fingertips. He pressed it on Lethair's shoulder, and a strong electric current flowed into Lethair's body. Lethair's body trembled, but in the next moment, he endured the discomfort and allowed Han Xiao to electrocute him. After a while, Han Xiao retracted his hand and looked at the combat information that had been triggered. He smiled and said, "Your strength has improved since the last test, but your energy is still lacking. You need to make up for it." Han Xiao spoke at length, and Lethair listened attentively. From time to time, he would write down Han Xiao's suggestions on his training schedule. This was an auxiliary training method that Han Xiao came up with based on his own characteristics. Through the interface, he could see the other party's attributes and then point out the other party's training direction. Because he could see the other party's attributes at a glance, he could often give constructive suggestions. Not only did he give the other party a goal to work towards, he could also clearly see the extent of the improvement in their strength after a period of training and give positive feedback. Thus, they would be more motivated to train. Through this method, he could help others grow. Han Xiao had already used this method on some important officers over the years, and Lethair had enjoyed the benefits. Thus, he treasured the opportunity to receive Han Xiao's guidance very much. After giving his opinion, Han Xiao patted Lethair's shoulder and smiled. "Train well. Perhaps the next beyond grade A of the army will be you. At that time, if you want to establish an independent force, I will support you." Lethair shook his head. "I will always be your blade in the darkness." Even if he could become a beyond grade A, it would not be possible without Han Xiao's guidance. Lethair was grateful for this. He was not a heartless person, or else he would not have joined the army in order to repay Han Xiao's kindness. "It's good that you have such a thought." Han Xiao was quite gratified. He gave a few more words of advice before leaving the room. Following the passage of the base, he came to another room. Aurora was sitting cross-legged in the room, her body brimming with life energy. She was training her energy. As soon as she saw Han Xiao, she happily pounced over. "Pa." Han Xiao reached out and pressed her head, keeping her at a distance. He helplessly said, "Be more reserved. How old are you? If you were on the Blue Star, you could be someone's grandmother at your age. Humph, it's none of your business." "This old lady. Pooey, I'll always be 18. Aurora was immediately unhappy. Even without mentioning age, they were still good friends. "All right, let me see how you've developed." Cough, groan. Han Xiao pinched an arc of electricity between his fingers and poked Aurora's forehead. Her combat attributes appeared on the interface. Han Xiao mainly glanced at her energy rank and energy strength before nodding. In the past 10 years, Aurora had been harvesting leaks from the holy light seeds and accumulating energy. The fact that she did not have any bottlenecks was truly a terrifying characteristic. Her strength steadily increased. In fact, Aurora did not even need to develop her own abilities. This was because the information left behind by the two sisters was equivalent to a skill tree that had already been developed. "What do you mean by cheating?" "This is cheating." There was a lemon in Han Xiaoshin. It was not that he did not do anything during this period. He had been eyeing life energy and had already used energy analysis on Aurora. The result was just as he had expected. He could control this special energy during the duration of the character summon card, but he would lose the ability after a while. However, part of the understanding of the nature of life energy was left in his mind, which was helpful for his own research. The perfect energy affinity physique that originated from Gord played a role in this, greatly increasing the efficiency of Han Xiao's analysis of life energy. Although it was still extremely difficult to create life energy through mechanical means, he already had a direction for research. However, Han Xiao's current research focus was still Jay's technology treasure. This was the research project with the highest cost-performance ratio. Before he squeezed out the essence of Jay's treasure, he would not spend too much time researching anything else. Han Xiao retracted his hand and smiled. "You've been working hard recently. You're not much worse than your sister." Hearing this, Aurora smiled. She loved hearing Hela, Dragon Emperor, or Han Xiao praise her the most. At this time, Aurora suddenly remembered something. "By the way, my sister informed me a few hours ago to ask you to go to the underworld dimension. It seems like something happened. You should go and take a look." "Then why are you only telling me now?" Han Xiao glared at her. "My sister said it. She said that if you're busy, I should inform you later." "It's not urgent anyway," Aurora mumbled softly and tapped her fingertips. "I know. She's probably itching for a beating. All right, I'll go beat her up now. You're done here." Han Xiao waved his hand, activated the king, and disappeared. His vision blurred, and the next moment, he was in the underworld dimension. Compared to the last time he was here, the underworld seemed to have expanded a lot. "Where is she?" Han Xiao looked around and did not see Hela, so he stomped on the ground. "Come out, Earth Granny." As soon as he said that, Oniselu's figure emerged from the ground with a helpless expression. She did not know what Han Xiao meant, but it did not stop her from understanding Han Xiao's meaning. She could not complain about Han Xiao's bad taste. "You're finally here. Hela has been waiting for you. Where is she? Let's start fighting. I've brought all the tools. Let's finish this as soon as possible. I still have things to do when I get back." Han Xiao took out a bunch of lethal weapons and looked around. Oniselu was helpless. "I'm not looking for you to fight. The underworld was completely repaired yesterday. Hela plans to awaken all the hero spirits. She's worried about accidents, so she wants you to be a witness." "Oh, so that's what it's about." Han Xiao's eyes brightened. He waved his hand and put away the weapons. He calculated in his mind. With Hela's charging speed, the underworld would be repaired in almost 10 years. He still remembered that he had a mission called Heir of the Underworld. As long as the underworld was restored to its peak, he would receive the Mark of the Underworld as a reward. He would be able to use the underworld's power to a certain extent and send the undead into the underworld. "The hero spirits are all sleeping in my energy core. Hela is already waiting there. Hold my hand. I'll send you there too." Oniselu raised her arm. Han Xiao grabbed Oniselu. The next second, he felt a space-twisting force explode around him. Then, his vision blurred, and he arrived in a space that looked like an underground cave. In the center of the cave was an energy ball that was glowing white. The surface was covered in dark red patterns that looked like blood vessels. They were even wriggling slightly. This was the energy core of the underworld. Only the dimensional consciousness entity could enter easily. The underworld outside was like Oniselu's skin. Only here could one enter her body. It was Han Xiao's first time in here, but Hela had been in and out countless times. She was sitting next to the energy core with her eyes closed. As soon as Han Xiao arrived, she sensed it and opened her eyes to greet him. "Shall we start now?" Since they were so familiar with each other, Hela did not want to make small talk and went straight to the point. Seeing Han Xiao nod, dark red death energy surged out of Hela's palm and flowed into the energy core. Oniselu also controlled the underworld to cooperate. Buzz. Buzz. Light vibrations spread out, and the energy core became brighter and brighter. When their vision was filled with the bright light, an extremely thick beam of light suddenly shot into the sky, penetrating the thick underworld soil and shooting into the grey sky. Han Xiao looked up at the beam of light. Through his sharp observation, He noticed blurry figures shooting into the sky along with the beam of light. In his senses, one after another mental waves appeared out of nowhere. The light pillar continued to extend and hit the inner dimensional wall of the underworld. It slid in all directions and looked like a sparkling fountain that connected the heavens and the earth. The awakened heroic spirits turned into a rain of light and fell onto the underworld. This process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Very soon, the desolate underworld became extraordinarily lively. The originally deserted land was now filled with the figures of heroic spirits. The light on every hero spirit faded slowly. They looked no different from living beings. At this moment, they were all confused and looked around as if they had not woken up from their long sleep. "It's going well. Let's go meet them." Oniselu heaved a sigh of relief and flew up first. Hela pulled Han Xiao and followed closely behind. When the three of them flew into the sky, all the hero spirits sensed something and looked up. Seeing the familiar Oniselu, almost all of them had nostalgic looks on their faces. Not long after, 7 different hero spirits flew into the sky and surrounded the three of them. "Oniselu, has the underworld recovered? Have Nerkis and Eros returned?" One of the hero spirits asked impatiently. It has recovered, but it's not the two sisters. Let me introduce you. This is the new Lord of Death, Hela. She has inherited Nerkis' ability and is now the new master of the underworld." Oniselu took the initiative to introduce them to each other. She then pointed at the 7 hero spirits in front of her and said, "These 7 are the 7 hero spirit kings of the underworld. They were all beyond grade as when they were alive, the 7 strongest existences in the underworld." Hearing that, Han Xiao sized up the 7 before him. They were all primordial ones who had left their names in history. He could not help but nod. No wonder the group of revivers from the Holy Covenant organization said that not many people were willing to provoke the two sisters of life and death. They could summon 7 beyond grade as in a single battle, and they were all undying existences. Who would be able to withstand that? Even in the modern era, such a force would be at the top of the universe. However, before Oniselu finished speaking, what she said next made Han Xiaoxin's heart skip a beat. Although the underworld is a place for souls to rest, there are too many hero spirits. In order to make it easier to manage them, we set up an organizational structure with the 7 hero spirit kings helping to manage them. Under their rule, there are a total of 3,600 calamity grade hero spirits, 1.08 billion grade B hero spirits, and tens of billions of other hero spirits. These are all the residents of the underworld. Han Xiao subconsciously sucked in a cold breath. WDNMD. So many souls. Does your family own hell? There are actually so many supers. These are 3,600 calamity grade supers. No matter where they were, they would be a terrifying force that could topple an entire region. If there were no players, the underworld would probably be the most terrifying undying army. Just from this number alone, one could tell how intense the exploration-era war was. A portion of them were the undead collected by the two sisters, and the other portion were people who volunteered to enter the underworld to obtain eternal life. While he was secretly shocked, the 7 hero spirit kings sized up Hela. Sensing the Death Esper ability on her, they knew that Oniselu was not lying. Their expressions changed. It was fine if they served the two sisters, but now that they had a new master, they were not very willing to accept it. However, they had no choice, so they were conflicted. However, since they were willing to enter the underworld for eternal life, it meant that they cared more about their own lives and did not care about serving others. Thus, they did not hesitate for long before convincing themselves. Furthermore, Nerkis and Eros had committed suicide, which was really bad for these hero spirits who believed in the two sisters. They were all resentful. This time, the 7 hero spirit kings turned to look at Han Xiao with confusion. Then, who is this guy? Is he the new Lord of Life? No, my name is Black Star. Actually, Before Han Xiao could finish his self-introduction, he was interrupted by Hela. Hela said calmly, "I'm your boss." "I am your boss. Black Star is my boss. You can call him Big Boss. Now, you are all his subordinates." What's wrong with you? Han Xiao was surprised. Hela turned to look at him and said with a gentle tone, "My power is your power. These hero spirits are also under your control. I'm indeed quite touched by what you said, but..." Han Xiao pointed at the 7 hero spirit kings with unfriendly expressions and said helplessly, "Don't be so direct. Take into account their feelings. They're the primordial ones, after all. You're giving them to me like goods. Don't they want face?" One of the hot-tempered hero spirit kings immediately got angry and said with a deep voice, "New Lord of the Underworld, it's true that we're under your control, but you have to respect us. Even your predecessor didn't dare to talk to us like this. I'll let it go this time, but don't do it again. However, we definitely won't listen to anyone else's orders. You already have us, and you don't need to work for anyone else. If you want, we'll immediately take down this Black Star guy and let you do whatever you want with him." Han Xiao was immediately unhappy. This be asterisk starred, trying to sow discord between me and Hela the moment he appeared. If not for the fact that you don't have a physical body, I would have beaten you up so badly that you can't take care of yourself. You'll have to rely on a catheter for the rest of your life. Hela frowned and said with a deep voice, "Shut up. You can scram if you don't want to do it. At most, I'll let you continue sleeping and never wake up." The expressions of the 7 hero spirit kings froze, and they looked at each other in shock. Even the former 2 sisters treated them with respect and would not offend them because they were the ones controlling their bodies during battle. The former 2 sisters could only revive them temporarily and could not control them to fight. Thus, they could do whatever they wanted without putting in any effort. However, this new master was not courteous at all, as if she did not care about their strength at all. Even if she had to offend them, she still had to support her boss. "You're a beyond grade A whose strength has skyrocketed. Do you have to be such a bootlicker?" The 7 of them looked back and forth between the 2 of them in shock. Suddenly, they thought of something, and their expressions became ambiguous. We're all very knowledgeable. In this situation, we either owe them a favor or have slept with them. That's why we're so loyal." This time, Oniselu tried to smooth things over and said, "You guys have been sleeping for too long. Many eras have passed. This Black Star is one of the strongest in the universe now. Even if you guys fight him together, you might not be able to beat him. Furthermore, the underworld only has the Lord of Death now. The Lord of Life is still growing, so you guys can't have a physical body and can't fight." Hearing this, the 7 of them immediately gave up on the idea of going head-on. They knew when to yield and when to stand tall, so they pretended to laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. We're just joking with you. That's right. Don't be so serious. This Black Star brother looks like a talent with a bright future. It's our honor to work for him. That's right. If not for the fact that we can't revive for the time being, we would have immediately started working and displayed our talent." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and his mouth twitched. "That's it. What bullsh *T hero spirit kings? They sound so high and mighty, but in order to not continue sleeping, they're willing to throw away their integrity. I really shouldn't have had any expectations." Although the personalities of these hero spirit kings made him curse, he had to admit that the underworld was very strong. This was the greatest legacy left behind by the 2 sisters, and the life and death esper abilities were more like the keys to opening the legacy. However, Aurora had not reached the beyond grade A level yet. Although the underworld's strength was terrifying, it could not be used. Furthermore, the revival also consumed energy and had a duration. Compared to the Sanctum revival, the biggest characteristic of the underworld was that it did not reject anyone. The revival targets were not limited to beyond grade As, and their strength was not weakened by much. However, the disadvantage was also very obvious. They could only rely on the Lord of the Underworld forever without freedom. They would be bound together for good or ill, and they would become retainers. While the few of them were chatting, the countless hero spirits on the ground also came back to their senses and began to borrow energy to transform the underworld. On the originally barren Blackland, buildings rose from the ground, restoring the scene of the past. The underworld quickly regained its prosperity. Inheritor of the underworld, completed. You have received 50 million EXP and plus 20 Oniselu favorability. You have received Character Summon Card, Underworld Oniselu. Character Summon Card, Underworld Oniselu, 10,000 Soul Stream, immune to all psychic attacks and absorbs them to replenish energy and health. Usage limit, 01. You have completed the additional mission requirements. Plus 40 Oniselu favorability. You have received a new ability, Mark of the Underworld. Chapter 1250. This mission has finally been completed. It's not difficult, but it took too long. Han Xiao looked down at the back of his hand, only to see a mark slowly forming. The pattern was exactly the same as the one on Hela's hand. He looked up and saw Oniselu smiling at him. This is the mark of the underworld. You can borrow a portion of the underworld's power. Without your help, the underworld won't be able to return to its peak. I don't have anything to repay you with, so this is just a small token of my appreciation. Got it. I'll make good use of your body. Cough, the underworld. Han Xiao coughed. The underworld was Oniselu's body. Did this count as I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only repay you with my body? No, I'm a decent person. Please use more strength. Suppressing his desire to complain, Han Xiao felt the mark of the underworld. Strands of black air flowed out of the mark, wrapped around his hand, and took a little bit of the underworld's energy. This was the secondary dimension that had a connection with him. In comparison, the mental connection of the void dimension was more advanced, while the underworld dimension could only borrow a portion of its energy through a medium. However, there was still a slight bonus. At the same time, due to the uniqueness of the underworld dimension, he could choose to absorb the souls of the enemies he killed through the mark of the underworld and turn them into hero spirits under Hela. When Aurora stepped into the Beyond Grade A realm and the underworld gained the ability to revive, he should be able to use the mark of the underworld to summon hero spirits to battle. However, this would consume Hela and Aurora's energy. In this case, the more hero spirits there are in the underworld, the more benefits I'll receive. Han Xiaoxin mumbled to himself for a while before looking at the other reward, Oniselu's character summon card. The effect of 10,000 Soul Stream was extremely overbearing. It was actually immune to all mental attacks. Although it could only be used once, it was undoubtedly a trump card that could be used at the right time. While he was checking the mission rewards, the underworld was undergoing a huge change. On the other side, Hela had already started communicating with the 7 hero spirit kings. After the 7 of them admitted defeat, the process of reaching a consensus was much smoother. From today onwards, you will be part of the Black Star Corps. Do you understand? Hela said in a deep voice. No problem. If His Excellency Black Star wants us to go east, we definitely won't go west. If he wants us to go to the sky, we definitely won't go to the ground. The 7 of them patted their chests and promised. Their attitude changed very skillfully. They were like this in the past too? Han Xiao was curious. Oniselu said in a low voice, the previous master didn't have many thoughts of expanding the underworld. Of the 7 people, 2 provoked the 2 sisters and were captured. They were tortured and had lost their edge long ago. 3 of them escaped and owed the 2 sisters a favor. The other 2 came voluntarily, crying and begging the 2 sisters to accept them. So, you can imagine what they are like. Impressive. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. From the 2 sisters' behavior, it could be seen that they did whatever they wanted and had no intention of taking responsibility. The reason why there were so many people in the underworld was probably that many people begged to join regardless of whether the 2 sisters were reliable or not in order to achieve eternal life. They did not even give up their freedom. Obviously, they did not have much integrity left. Han Xiao smelled the scent of someone in the same field. This was an expert. Just sitting at home, leaks came like clouds. It was clear that making a platform was better than making a product. As expected, the essence of all wealth accumulation was to raise leeks and harvest leeks. Without the contribution of leeks, there would be no happiness for oligarchs. Although the 7 hero spirit kings joined for different reasons, after years of influence, They did not want to give up eternal life and did not dare to offend the master of the underworld. Furthermore, they were hoping that the Lord of Life would summon them so that they could go to the outside world. This kind of personality could be described as being submissive to the inside world and punching the outside world, fighting the inside world and fighting the outside world. Currently, the strongest among the hero spirit kings was a primordial one called Riga. According to the information, his energy rank was around 65,000 Ona. He had not reached the peak of the beyond grade A level, but he was above average among ordinary beyond grade As. With an immortal body, his actual strength would be increased by half a level. Han Xiao thought for a while, stepped forward, and asked, "Do you know anything about the sanctums?" In the past, he wanted to ask about the sanctums from the underworld hero spirits, but the cooperation with the Holy Covenant had been further developed. They had been searching for the key to open the third sanctum again, so he did not need the help of the underworld hero spirits. Furthermore, these hero spirits definitely did not know as much about the sanctums as the Holy Covenant, so Han Xiao was just trying his luck. Sanctums. I didn't expect you, boss, to know about this too. The 7 hero spirit kings looked over at the same time. Their expressions were slightly complicated, as if they had thought of something in the past. Before we entered the underworld, there was a rumor among a small number of beyond grade as that some people could sense a special existence outside of spacetime by chance. Some people called it the sanctums, but most people did not have such an experience and could not verify its authenticity. It has always been considered a rumor, one of the hero spirit kings said. Some people say that the sanctums are a step higher, some say that the sanctums hide all the technology from ancient times, and some say that the sanctums can bring people back from the dead. No one knows whether it's true or not, another said. Riga sighed, shook his head, and said, "We don't know much about them. We actually don't know much, but during the exploration era, I remember that a group of beyond grade as formed an organization. They seemed to want to use the sanctums to be reborn in the future. We didn't think it was reliable, so we didn't join. They should have failed by now." Han Xiao raised his brows. "What's the name of that organization?" "I think it's called the Holy Covenant." Han Xiao pursed his lips, not knowing what expression to make. It was indeed the Holy Covenant. They did not fail at all. The plan was a great success. Of course, most of the credit went to Oathkeeper. He did not know what good things those revived primordial ones did in their previous lives to let them meet such a reliable partner. However, it was best not to tell this to the 7 hero spirit kings. Once they entered the underworld, they would probably never be able to revive through the sanctums. If they knew about this, these 7D*MN people would probably regret it to death. It was better to let them continue to think that the Holy Covenant organization had failed. Not telling them this cruel truth was also to protect the health of the leaks. No matter what, these hero spirits had a different type of eternal life. Although they walked on different paths, they still reached the other side in the end. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao suppressed his emotions and did not speak anymore. He listened to Hela and the 7 hero spirit kings talk by the side. After chatting for a while, the 7 hero spirit kings bade farewell and left to lead the hero spirits. Seeing the 7 of them leave, Hela turned around and asked, "What do you think of them?" Han Xiao smiled. Although their personalities are a little off, their strength can't be faked. The underworld is an extremely strong armed force. Although it's useless now, as long as Aurora maintains her current growth rate, she'll step into the beyond grade sooner or later. By then, there won't be many people in the universe who can threaten you 2 sisters. Speaking of which, the underworld is like a special universal treasure exclusive to you 2. TSK, I'm so envious. In his previous life, Hela did not receive this inheritance and wasted it. This time, as long as nothing unexpected happened, the 2 sisters would be able to enter the top echelon of the explored universe. As long as Aurora stepped into the beyond grade A realm, the 2 sisters would soar. How do I compare to you? Can I beat you? Hela's eyes sparkled. What, are you trying to usurp the throne? Han Xiao joked. Dream on. When the time comes, I'll still be able to beat your ass until it blossoms. Humph, I don't believe it. Hella's lips curled up slightly. We'll only know after we try. She secretly decided that she would not do anything when she returned. She would urge Aurora to train every day so that the underworld could recover as soon as possible. After finishing her business, Hyla felt Han Xiao's condensed and powerful aura, and the urge to fight came up. She secretly felt her hands itching, so she sent out a challenge. You have nothing to do now. Do you want to fight with me? The underworld has just recovered. You still have a lot of things to do. It's best if you organize a list of hero spirits. We'll talk about sparring next time. Han Xiao waved his hands. That's true. Hella had no choice but to endure it. Han Xiao said a few words, put on the king, and teleported away from the underworld. Returning to the office in Blackstar Palace, Han Xiao changed into casual clothes, summoned Philip, and added the information of the underworld to the confidential plan file. While recording, he secretly analyzed. Although it was good news, his heart was heavy. This way, I'll have another powerful secret force in my hands. In the future, Hella and her sister's position in the universe will definitely skyrocket, enough to become the upper echelons of the Beyond Grade A Association. When the Holy Covenant comes out, the entire universe will have two recovery paths. One is the Sanctum, and the other is the Underworld. The Beyond Grade As will have room to choose, but currently, only Oathkeeper and I know that the Sanctum is an infinite recovery. The others think that it's a one-time thing, so we can't rule out the possibility that some people will switch to the Underworld because of the wrong information. However, for supers below Beyond Grade A, they only have one choice, which is the Underworld. And these two recovery methods are both related to me. I'll definitely become the focus of the entire universe and the focus of the three universal civilizations. Right now, the dynasty is controlled by the hardliners, and the new president of the Radiant Federation seems to be a muscular man. TSK, the situation is not optimistic. The importance of the Sanctum and the Underworld is much higher than the Evolution Cube. The advanced civilizations won't let it go this time. I might become the starting point of the storm. Once it reaches a certain stage, it can't be stopped. The advanced civilizations that represent the strength of the group will never stop targeting the Beyond Grade As. Han Xiao frowned and pondered. He had to consider the future. There were too many problems that could not be solved due to the intricate relationship of interests. He suddenly had a vague but bold idea in his mind. If the Beyond Grade A Association and all the Beyond Grade A organizations merged and transformed, forming a new organization that completely separated the ordinary people from the supers, this might be a path that he had never imagined before. A revolution that would overturn the world would cause many people to die. With his current position, he already had the ability to control the direction of the universe. Many things that seemed impossible were no longer unimaginable. However, once he decided to change, it would affect the lives of billions of living beings. He only had thoughts and had no intention of acting on them. The shadow of the world tree was still hanging over the explored universe. Now was not the time to make such plans. After dealing with the external enemies, I'll decide based on the situation. I really don't want to take this step. Han Xiao exhaled and suppressed the surging waves in his heart, suppressing these thoughts in the deepest part of his heart. At this time, his communicator suddenly rang. Beep beep beep. He took out his communicator and looked at it. It was a call from Sylvia. Army Commander, the Red Empire has sent an official letter. They will send an emissary to inspect the cultural transformation of the Kundi race. If it meets the standards, they can consider opening up a portion of the sealed area and let a group of people enter the Galactic Society. Oh, it's only been less than 30 years, right? It's much earlier than expected. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He still remembered the mission of the Kundi race. Modo had already lost everything, and only the cultural transformation requirement had not been completed. As long as he completed this mission, he would be able to truly obtain the few abilities that he had always wanted. Chapter 1251. Normally, the cultural transformation of a large civilization would last from 2 to 5 generations, and the Kundi race had only been in seclusion for less than 30 years. It was too early to talk about opening up now. The dynasty probably had other intentions for deciding to lift the ban in advance. Han Xiao's eyes turned, and he had a vague guess. Although the Kundi race had been defeated, the trillions of them were still a rich population resource. Now that they were placed in the territory of the Black Star Corps, they were basically in the pocket of the army. In the process of cultural transformation, the Black Star Corps was also constantly promoting the benefits of the army, trying to cultivate the loyalty and yearning of the Kundi race in advance. The dynasty was probably doing this to stop the propaganda of the Black Star Corps to the Kundi race as soon as possible and prevent the Kundi race from becoming the talent pool of the army. At the same time, the Kundi race that was not completely transformed would cause some trouble for the army. TSK, such petty thoughts. Han Xiao curled his lips. He had just met Ma Bruce not long ago, and there was already such a reaction so quickly. There had to be instructions from the upper echelons behind this matter. The dynasty's attitude toward him had clearly changed. Han Xiao did not mind. To him, this was actually good news. After pondering for a few seconds, he said, "Reply to the dynasty that the inspection team is welcome to visit. Get someone to discuss with the dynasty and arrange a time. We will also arrange for an inspection team to accompany the dynasty's emissary on the spot." Understood. Sylvia nodded. There's another matter. The Limitless Financial Group has already owed the Germinal Financial Group 3 months' worth of business. I got the finance department to negotiate, but the other party refused to give me an answer. Do you want to ask them personally? The Limitless Financial Group owes me money. Has there been any problems with their cash flow recently? Interpais has already gotten someone to calculate. The Limitless Financial Group's business is very stable, and they have even set new records in some areas. Their cash flow is very healthy, but the other party just refuses to pay up. How much exactly do they owe? There are a total of 34 projects, and the total amount is 48. 2 billion aners. Before Sylvia could finish, Han Xiao glared at her and interrupted her. Oh, this B***starred actually owes me money and doesn't return it. I'll talk to him personally. After that, Han Xiao found Sorokin's private number and dialed it. The phone rang for a while before the call was finally connected. Sorokin's projection appeared on the screen, and his enthusiastic voice could be heard. Your Excellency Blackstar, what a rare guest. I was wondering why I was in such a good mood today. It turns out that a distinguished guest has come to visit. Do you have any orders? Nothing much. I just heard that you owe me a lot of money recently, so I'm here to urge you to pay the balance. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Sorokin immediately put on a troubled expression and poured out his grievances in a sincere tone. Aya, the consortium's situation isn't good recently. The cash flow is tight. You know, for a big family like ours, in order to maintain our influence, we have to burn hundreds of millions of dollars every day. I can't take out the money now. Stop lying. Do you think my finance department is for decoration? My report says that your business is doing well and that you've expanded a lot. You're telling me that you have no money? It's because I've expanded my business that I need to spend more money to open up channels. The speed of burning money is beyond my expectations. I really can't take out the money. Nonsense, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't pay the balance within the agreed period, you'll have to pay the penalty. Don't regret it then. By the way, I heard some time ago that you used your headhunting company to poach my people. You're preparing to use high salaries to lure Interpay team to jump ship. Is that true? Hehe, I'm a businessman. It's all normal business operations. Don't take it to heart. The two of them went back and forth for a while. Sorokin was stubborn and refused to give up the money. Seeing Sorokin's abnormal behavior, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed. He had a vague guess in his mind. He immediately changed the topic and said meaningfully, "Looks like this isn't a business problem but a conflict between our identities." Hearing this, Sorokin showed a half smile and slowly said, "I thought we had a tacit understanding to work together, but I seem to be wrong." The two of them spoke ambiguously because they did not want to leave any evidence behind. In reality, they both understood what the other meant. Ever since Han Xiao reported Sorokin's strange situation to the dynasty using Gord's disappearance as an excuse, Sorokin had been investigated and targeted by the dynasty both openly and secretly. He had been very careful and worried for the past 2 years. At first, Sorokin thought that the dynasty was just conducting a normal search for suspects, so he endured it. However, the dynasty's recent actions made him feel that something was wrong. He asked around through his connections and was shocked to find out that the dynasty's internal search was actually because they suspected his identity. Currently, only Black Star knew his secret in the universe. Originally, the Limitless Financial Group wanted to cooperate with him to shut Black Star's mouth. However, since the dynasty was targeting him, it could only be that Black Star had leaked the information. This made Sorokin both shocked and angry. That was why this happened today. Since he had been betrayed, Sorokin did not want the Black Star Corps to lie on top of him and suck his blood. If there's nothing else, I'll go offline first. Hehe, I still have work to do. Sorokin put on a fake smile. He hung up. The screen turned black. Han Xiao also put away his communicator with a playful look on his face. He did this on purpose to force Sorokin to reveal himself. He was quite curious about what Sorokin would do. You think I'm just making things difficult for you, but I actually want you to lose your cool. If you take the initiative to attack me, that'll be the best. Then, it'll be perfectly justifiable for me to beat you up. Han Xiao's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. Sorokin's identity was similar to Gord's, they were both protective talismans. However, Han Xiao dared to touch Gord because of the difference in level. He could see all of Gord's abilities and was confident that he could take him down. However, Sorokin was different. His level was even higher than Han Xiao's, and there were a lot of question marks on his interface. He did not know what tricks he was hiding. Han Xiao was worried that he would fail. Most importantly, the implications of killing Gord were too big. If he did not do it, everyone would suffer together. Sorokin was not that important yet. Therefore, Han Xiao did not want to break the association's rules because of his personal grudge. This was one of the few rules he had left. Of course, this was only limited to not taking the initiative to attack. If Sorokin became desperate, Han Xiao would not mind playing welcome to the underworld for him. On the other side, as soon as the connection was cut, Sorokin's expression collapsed. His face darkened. He regretted it now. He should not have hesitated when his identity was exposed. He should have gotten rid of Black Star as soon as possible. Although gathering all the soul seeds would cause this body to be destroyed and he would lose this identity, keeping Black Star alive would also risk exposing his identity. Since he would suffer a huge loss no matter what, he might as well drag Black Star down with him. Sorokin's expression was uncertain. Although he was furious, he could not help but feel conflicted. On one hand, he was worried that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. On the other hand, he was worried about whether he could defeat Black Star. No matter what, I have to arrange a backup plan first. The Limitless Financial Group is such a huge asset. It's a pity to leave it to someone else. I have to find a way to inherit a part of it. If the flow of funds is too huge, it will attract attention even if it goes through the black market. It's best to break it up and turn the funds into physical objects. Sorokin clenched his teeth. Regardless of whether he attacked or not, it was definitely not wrong to prepare a backup plan first. This way, he would have the confidence to attack at any time. Black Star's body is indestructible. His mind is the only way to break through, but that's relatively speaking. No matter what, he has the resistance of a peak beyond grade A, so killing him will be extremely difficult. Furthermore, he has the King mechanical suit, so exiling him to the unexplored universe won't work either. Therefore, according to my ability and the universal treasures I've secretly collected, there's only one plan with a higher chance of success, which is to heavily injure or seal his soul, forcing him into a long hibernation. If that's the case, it's best for me to retrieve Soul Flame. Only then will the chances of success be higher. I wonder if Soul Flame has a host now. If it does, I can only kill him and take back this Esper ability entity, Sorokin thought. A few days later, the dynasty and the Black Star Corps agreed on a date for the inspection and sent an emissary to the flickering world from the central galaxy. The dynasty's inspection team would spend a lot of time on the way, so Han Xiao ordered the troops stationed on the hundreds of residential planets of the Kundi race to spread the news of the inspection team's arrival to every planet. He told the Kundi race that as long as they performed well, they would be able to see the light of day again. Originally, the inspection of cultural modifications had to be done in secret because once the inspection team knew about it in advance, there was a possibility that they would cheat and deceive the inspection team. There had been similar cases in history. However, the dynasty did not have any reaction this time. After all, releasing the Kundi race as soon as possible was also their secret goal. While Han Xiao's actions did not follow the rules, it was in line with the dynasty's intentions. Thus, they turned a blind eye to it. Han Xiao also hoped that the Kundi race would be released as soon as possible so that he could obtain the mission reward. Thus, he acted according to the situation and satisfied the dynasty's interests while satisfying his own needs. Everyone was happy. Both sides were taking what they needed. The only difference was that Han Xiao had guessed the dynasty's thoughts, but the dynasty did not know what benefits he would gain. The notification of the dynasty's inspection team's arrival quickly spread across every residential planet of the Kundi race. The Kundi race that had been living in a daze gradually had hope. Kundi race's residential planet number 77, south of Sagaya City, on the rooftop of apartment F0044. Barton stood at a high vantage point and looked at the entire city. He saw tall, grey rectangular apartments neatly arranged. Their height, shape, and spacing were exactly the same. They were like standing metal coffins. The layout of the city gave off a strong industrial feeling. The sky was grey, and the setting sun was faintly discernible through the clouds. The afterglow coated the city with a layer of waning yellow. A young man sighed and said, "Big Brother Barton, we might not have any problems, but as you know, just in this apartment alone, there are too many people with hatred. This is probably not what the inspection team wants to see." Barton was silent for a while before he slowly raised his pincers. Fine electric arcs jumped on the surface of his body as he said in a low voice, "Someone needs to take the lead and set an example. We still have time to prepare. Go, negotiate with everyone in the apartment who has hatred. For the race, they will know what's good for them. If someone's brain is filled with hatred and their will is distorted, they are unwilling to make any changes and drag everyone down." Barton's voice paused for a moment, and a painful expression appeared on his shell. "Then kill them, even if our family is inside." Chapter 1252. After a long journey, the dynasty's inspection team finally arrived at the Black Star Palace and was received by Han Xiao in the guest room. "Your Excellency Black Star, nice to meet you. We are the emissaries sent to inspect the Kundi race this time." A group of dynasty officers walked into the room in an orderly manner. The leader of the inspection team spoke with a respectful tone and took the initiative to extend his hand. Han Xiao shook his hand and invited everyone to take a seat. The other party gave a simple self-introduction before taking out a document and going straight to the point. Currently, the Kundi race has 113 residential planets with a population of over 1 trillion. This time, the dynasty's colonial inspection department has given us 25 unrestricted planets. This is the upper limit and not a fixed number. If we do not meet the standards, we can choose not to unrestrict them. At most, a quarter of the population can be unrestricted. I understand. Han Xiao nodded. Every planet of the Kundi race was isolated and could not communicate with each other. Thus, the process of cultural transformation on each planet was different. Selecting the planets with the highest degree of transformation was the job of the inspection team. While the dynasty had other goals, and the inspection team was most likely just going through the motions, they still had to meet the standards. If the results of the transformation were not optimistic, the ban would not be lifted. The dynasty also did not want to release too many unstable factors. After exchanging a few words, Han Xiao called the army's patrol team over and asked both parties to discuss the details while he left the room. With his rank, It was sufficient for him to express his attitude. He did not need to be responsible for the details. Han Xiao returned to his office and received news from Philip not long after. The dynasty's inspection team and the army's inspection team had reached a consensus and had left the Black Star Palace on a spaceship. Check the current situation of the various Kundi race planets, Han Xiao instructed Philip. He did not have the time to keep an eye on the progress of the Kundi race's transformation. Now that the inspection team had arrived, he planned to take a closer look at the situation of the various Kundi race planets. At the same time, he wanted to see how effective his advance notice was. On the virtual screen floating in front of him, the information of the various Kundi race planets flashed past, and Philip's voice sounded. Master, hum. After the news of the expedition team's arrival was released, the appearance of the Kundi race's planets changed. The trend of anti-dynasty sentiments decreased by an average of 46%, and the proportion of haters decreased from 32% to 7%. However, the social security of some planets decreased, and murders occurred frequently. Some haters died from internal strife, killing each other. It seems that the arrival of the inspection team has given them hope. After more than 20 years of isolation, they know that unsealing the seal is the only way out for their race. Some of them cherish this opportunity, so they have begun to eliminate the stubborn ones. Am I right? Yes, it's quite rational. It's a group of wolves that will be wiped out. However, this kind of behavior may have the opposite effect. Han Xiao scratched his chin. They did not hesitate to sacrifice a small number of people to eliminate the diehards within their own ranks to show their obedience. At first glance, this action seemed to be for the greater good of the race. It was quite noble. However, the dynasty looked at the problem from a different perspective. Being too eager to unseal the seal meant that they had a strong motive. Killing each other meant that a new hatred had been established. According to normal inspection standards, this was a sign that the degree of cultural transformation was not deep enough. They would have to continue to seal the seal until the target race's character calmed down. However, since the dynasty had conducted the inspection many years in advance, they naturally knew that such a situation would occur. Han Xiao guessed that the standards would be very low, and this kind of behavior might have a positive effect. In the next few months, the dynasty's inspection team visited one Kundi race planet after another, and the inspection records were getting more and more abundant. Kundi race residential planet number 77, Sigaya City Prison, interrogation room. The double-sided mirror wall divided the room into two spaces. One was the interrogation room where the prisoner was, and the other was the surveillance room. At this moment, the dynasty's inspection team was standing in the surveillance room. The team leader of the inspection team was holding a file. From time to time, he would glance at the shackled Kundi race member in the interrogation room and slowly read out the contents of the file. Barton, 22 years old, mechanic class super, graduated from the first super academy of Sigaya City. Extremely talented, with excellent results. He rose to grade C during the inspection last year. Reason for imprisonment: instigating others to commit murder. A total of 126 people died under his orders, and he personally killed 7 of them, including his family. The deceased were all haters in the census records. He claimed that he did this to eliminate the stubborn ones. When the law enforcers came, he stopped his accomplices who tried to resist and chose to surrender. He also took all the blame for the crime. How ruthless. The Black Star Corps inspection team leader clicked his tongue. After reading the report, the dynasty inspection team leader cleared his throat, opened the communication system, and spoke to Barton. Barton, you instigated people to commit such atrocious acts in order to deal with the dynasty's inspection? Barton closed his eyes and did not say a word. Seeing this, the dynasty inspection team leader continued. Let's assume that's what you're thinking. There's no way you don't know that when you do a case, the law enforcers will definitely come looking for you. In order to eliminate the so-called diehards, you didn't hesitate to go to prison and even took the blame for some of your accomplices. Is it worth it? Barton shook his head calmly and said in a low voice. It's both a prison here and outside. What's the difference? On this planet, no one's life has any value. If I can exchange it for some hope, of course it's worth it. You think you're very noble? The inspection team leader was expressionless. I'm an inspection team member of the dynasty. To tell you the truth, I really don't like your extreme actions. Your motives are too obvious. Do you think you can move the dynasty with such actions? Young man, aren't you looking down on us too much? The color of Barton's body changed slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. He said in a low voice, "In my life, this might be the only time I have the opportunity to be inspected. I'm just doing what I think is right at the right time. No matter what the outcome of the inspection is, I've reduced the source of hatred, and there will be fewer haters in the future. Even if it doesn't work now, the chances of passing the inspection in the future will be increased. At least my efforts are meaningful." The dynasty inspection team leader was unmoved. He had seen too many examples of a defeated race undergoing cultural transformation, so he would not be moved. He thought for a while and changed the topic. If the planet is unsealed, what do you think we should do to quickly revive our race? Join the Black Star Corps. Barton's answer was without hesitation this time. The dynasty inspection team leader narrowed his eyes. Why? Even if the ban is lifted, the Kundi race will still be living in the territory of the Black Star Corps. In the short term, the Kundi race will still need the protection of the Black Star Corps. Our civilization is still too weak. If someone can become an officer of the Black Star Corps, the Kundi race will be able to receive the corresponding help. Let the supers work for the Black Star and use the individual to feed the group. This is the best way out for now, Barton said with a deep voice. Hearing this, the dynasty inspection team leader could not help but look at the Black Star Corps inspection team and snorted. Looks like your publicity work is very good. Thank you for the compliment. It's all because of the army commander's leadership and charisma. The army inspection team leader chuckled. The dynasty inspection team leader retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and thought for a while before writing a note on the inspection form and ticking a few boxes. After the inspection team visited all the Kundi race planets, Han Xiao received the final inspection results. A total of 17 planets have met the criteria to be unsealed. The inspection standards are lower than I thought. Han Xiao curled his lips and looked at the list of unsealed planets. Planet 77 was one of them. After thinking for a while, he summoned Philip and instructed, "No problem. Let's follow this list. Let the troops stationed on these 17 planets guide the residents to familiarize themselves with the Galactic Society and issue a recruitment notice. Although the ban on the Kundi race has been lifted, they have nowhere to go. A large portion of them will choose to join me. Also, broadcast the process of unsealing the 17 planets to the other planets. Encourage them to accept the transformation and regain their freedom as soon as possible." Han Xiao gave the order and looked at the details of the investigation process. He found the conversation between the dynasty inspection team leader and Barton. "Oh, this kid is interesting." Han Xiao raised his brows. He pulled up Barton's information and looked at it before speaking. He then said, "Philip, inform the prison department of Planet 77 to release this kid and let him join the army." With Han Xiao's current status and level, he was not someone who could be easily moved by a few words. On one hand, he felt that Barton was a person with aspirations and was not a lazy fish. On the other hand, he felt that Barton was worth nurturing. After all, the Kundi race did not have a super system in the past, and Barton was one of the first to come into contact with it. He had become a grade C super at a young age, so his potential should be good. However, Han Xiao did not plan to meet him. He just picked out a good leek from the vegetable field out of habit and did not specially nurture him. If Barton did not make a name for himself in the Black Star Corps, Han Xiao would not remember him. After a few days, the inspection results were approved by the dynasty. The Black Star Corps immediately took action and unsealed the 17 planets. Hundreds of billions of Kundi race members were liberated. On the day the ban was lifted, countless people cheered in ecstasy. After more than 20 years of suffering, they were finally able to see the light of day again. Be it the old or the young, they all had tears in their eyes. Everyone still had prejudice against the dynasty, but most of them were deeply grateful to the Black Star Corps. Not only were they grateful to the Black Star Corps for notifying them in advance, but they were also grateful to Black Star for heavily injuring Modo, avenging the Kundi race, and protecting them for decades. Within the Kundi race, the reputation of the army was unparalleled, and their relationship had reached the level of reverence. At the same time, in residential Planet 77, Sigaya City Prison, Barton walked out of the prison gate. The glaring sunlight almost made him unable to open his eyes. The streets were filled with revelers, and the noisy cheers came from all directions, both near and far. The lifeless city in his memories seemed to have suddenly come alive. Barton was stunned on the spot, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. "You're out of prison. Let's go." The warden spoke from behind. He had received instructions from Black Star, so he did not dare delay and personally sent Barton out of prison. "Isn't my case very bad? Why are you letting me go?" Barton turned around, shocked and confused. "Do you think I want to?" The warden cursed in his heart, but a stiff smile appeared on his face. "There's no need to thank me. The army commander personally asked for you to be released. He must have taken a liking to your ability. Work hard and don't let down the army commander's good intentions." Barton's body trembled, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The news had been promoting Black Star's strength every day. It would be a lie to say that he did not admire an expert of this level. It was just that Barton had always suppressed his admiration in his heart. He had originally planned to sacrifice himself, but he did not expect to be released. Furthermore, it was personally instructed by the legendary Black Star. Did this not mean that Black Star knew about him? All of a sudden, Barton felt a boiling hot current sweep through his body. He felt dizzy, as if he was drunk. His carapace quickly turned crimson red, as if it was cooked. "Since Black Star, no, since the army commander thinks so highly of me, I will definitely not let him down." At this moment, Barton made up his mind. He had to grow and become a cadre of the army. He had to prove that Black Star did not misjudge him today. He hoped that one day, he would be able to stand before Black Star and express his gratitude in person. "Your Excellency Black Star, our assessment work has been completed. We will take our leave now." In the army commander's office in Black Star Palace, the dynasty's inspection team bowed respectfully to Han Xiao, expressing their intention to leave. Han Xiao smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Go back and say hello to your superiors for me." Everyone nodded and left in a single file. Soon, only Han Xiao was left in the room. Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at the mission list. The first requirement of Kundi race leaders will provide protection during the cultural transformation of the Kundi race had finally turned into a golden completed state. Only the first batch of planets have been unsealed. There are still more people in the cultural transformation stage. However, since the first batch of Kundi race has entered the Galactic Society, they will naturally take care of their compatriots during the lockdown period. I won't be the only one protecting them. The corners of Han Xiao's mouth curled up. This could be considered as fulfilling the promise he had made back then. "After protecting you guys for so long, I can finally collect some interest." Han Xiao took a deep breath and chose to complete the mission on the interface. A series of notifications popped up like a waterfall. Grade S mission, Kundi race leader's last wish, completed. You have completed mission requirement I. You have received 3 billion EXP, 10,000 Kundi race favorability, 2 random rewards, and 4 political assets, Kundi race. The Kundi race has entered the Awakening era. Plus 10% super awakening rate. You have completed mission requirement 2. You have received 1,200,000,000 EXP, 15,000 Kundi race favorability, and 1 designated blank character summon card. You have received a new talent, the enemy. You have received a new talent, proof of leadership. You have received a new ability, Kundi rage. Chapter 1253. Got it. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He had been eyeing these 3 abilities for a very long time, and he had only gotten them after an entire version. The enemy, and Kundi's rage, both consumed HP. The former was a passive talent. The more HP he lost in a battle, the higher his attack power would slowly increase, capped at 25%. The latter was a skill that could greatly increase his mental resistance for a maximum of 40 seconds, and he would also be immune to almost all negative mental statuses. Among the three abilities, the one with the strongest effect was still proof of leadership. This was what the players called a semi-molding talent. Even the players could obtain it. The mechanism was that when he was the leader of a faction, he would receive a comprehensive bonus. The bonus would increase with the size and level of the faction. The most terrifying characteristic was that there was no limit. No matter how strong the players' organizations were, they would not reach the level of a beyond grade A organization, so they would not be able to receive enough bonuses from this talent. However, it was different for him. The Black Star Corps had a unique position in the universe. After one version, they were already stronger than when they triggered the mission, so they could receive more benefits from this talent. Proof of Leadership's bonus range was quite comprehensive, including but not limited to basic attributes, health, stamina, energy, ability strength, class specialty energy attribute, machinery affinity, magic affinity, various resistances, attack power, skill level, and so on. Han Xiao looked at the talent and realized that its range was not limited to only one faction. Other than the bonus from the Black Star Corps, it also showed that the Beyond Grade A Association provided a part of the bonus. The Vice President's identity was also close to proof of leadership, but this part of the effect was incomplete. Only the President's position could receive the full bonus. Overall, proof of leadership had given him a huge boost. A single ability had directly increased his energy rank by 5,400 ona. As his energy rank increased, the difference in actual combat power between each point became more and more shocking. He was now at the level of over 100,000 energy rank, and an increase of 5,400 ona at this level was a huge step forward. The increase in combat power was extremely high. Feeling the shocking energy surging in his body, Han Xiao let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with joy. This talent is indeed very suitable for me. I'm one step closer to a higher level. Han Xiao happily looked at the effect of proof of leadership a few times and could not put it down. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief as his wish of many years had been fulfilled. The members of the Kundi race had to be willing to join the army. The dynasty lifting the ban in advance would reduce the number of volunteers, but it also allowed him to obtain the greatest benefits in advance. As for the future development of the Kundi race, as long as nothing major happened, Han Xiao did not intend to interfere. In any case, the Kundi race was currently living in his territory. Even if they returned to being a normal civilization, they would still have to pay him taxes, which was equivalent to protection fees. If the Kundi race wanted to expand in his territory, they would have to rent or purchase a planet from the army. Controlling an area was indeed an extremely good way to earn profits. Through selling land, renting land, and providing all sorts of services, he could harvest the labor surplus of the Kundi race and share their actual output. Furthermore, he had the right to control the price of the planets under his jurisdiction, which meant that he could control the harvest completely. He could drain the pond to catch all the fish, or he could make a long-term profit. Han Xiao naturally preferred the latter. If that's the case, I can use special benefits to attract the Kundi race supers to join the army. For example, every small officer in the army will be able to reduce the cost of purchasing resources for the Kundi race or accumulate contribution points for the entire race in exchange for certain resources, Han Xiao thought to himself. The dynasty would definitely think of this and would not be willing to see this seen. However, they could not easily break the agreement that they had previously signed. Thus, when the Kundi race was lifted to a certain stage, the dynasty would definitely think of a way to make the Kundi race request to migrate. The power struggle behind this would be complicated and troublesome. Han Xiao could already guess what the dynasty would do. However, he had the Black Star Corps and did not have to do everything personally. Furthermore, such a situation would not happen in the next few decades, so there was no need for him to worry about it. Han Xiao shook his head and thought to himself, in any case, I should first announce the system and guide more talents to join the army. A few days later, the Black Star Corps announced a system to the Kundi race, claiming that in order to respect the Kundi race's civilization, the army would not give them benefits through charity. Instead, they would provide a large number of job opportunities to the Kundi race. The Black Star Corps claimed that this was to guide the Kundi race to integrate into the galactic society and also to give them a channel to exchange for resources. All the Kundi race members would accumulate contribution points through work, which would be recorded under the name of the entire Kundi race. The Kundi race would then be able to use this special currency to purchase various services to speed up the reconstruction of their civilization. As soon as the system was announced, it received a warm response from the Kundi race. Putting aside Han Xiao's reputation, although these hundreds of billions of Kundi race members had obtained freedom, they were still lost. Many of them did not know how to integrate into the galactic society. Now that the Black Star Corps had purposely provided a clear direction, there were many who responded to it. Han Xiao was already very familiar with harvesting leaks. This method was the same as harvesting the Blue Star players back in version 2.0. Not only could it be used on the players, but it was also effective on the Kundi race. Large batches of high-quality Kundi race labor flowed into the Black Star Corps, and the number of supers increased rapidly. Currently, the Black Star Corps was developing their branches in the other star fields, and the Kundi race's manpower came at the right time. The Human Resource Department arranged for the Kundi race members to leave their hometowns and head to different star fields to develop their branches. They worked outside to accumulate contribution points for the race, and they could also break up into smaller groups. The Red Empire had also introduced a similar policy. However, due to the short duration of the transformation, only a small number of people were willing to work for the Red Empire. It was far from the scale of the army's recruitment. However, there were more Kundi race members who stayed in their race to rebuild their civilization and did not work for other organizations. The Red Empire's approach also had a certain effect. While the Black Star Corps was digesting the Kundi race's labor, Sorokin began to take action. "I've finally arranged a path of retreat. I can take action at any time." In the office of the Limitless Financial Group, Sorokin sensed the actions of his doppelgangers one after another, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. Over the past few months, he had returned to the Limitless Financial Group's headquarters in the Sea of Star Spirits and prepared a path of retreat according to the plan. He had left secret warehouses in the various star fields and some secondary dimensions to store a large amount of resources. Sorokin knew how powerful a virtual mechanic was, so he did not leave any traces in the database. All this work was done by his doppelgangers. As for the related fund transfers, they were disguised as normal business transactions, avoiding financial regulations and using the methods of the executives of the financial group to fill their own pockets. However, the financial group was his to begin with, and the business was booming. There was no need for the boss to run away at all. This kind of behavior was akin to stealing from oneself, and not many people would notice the problem. At the same time, Sorokin had also left the Limitless Financial Group with the hidden danger of a broken capital chain through a series of business operations. If nothing happened to him, the problem could be easily resolved afterward. If something happened to him, the trust of the various partners would plummet, and the Limitless Financial Group would be dealt a huge blow. The other large financial groups would definitely not miss this opportunity and would definitely swallow up a large number of the Limitless Financial Group's business departments. This way, all the shareholders of the Limitless Financial Group would be left with a mess. Even if they wanted to inherit it, they would have to pay a considerable price to fill this hole. This was also one of Sorokin's backup plans. He would rather destroy his years of hard work than give it to others, especially when one of the shareholders was Black Star, the guy he hated the most. "The universal treasures I collected can be used at any time, but the most helpful one for the operation is still Soulflame." Sorokin's eyes flickered. He used to be the host of Soulflame, so he understood the functions of this Esper ability form very well. The way he saw it, if he could regain this ability, the success rate of the plan would increase by 20%. Back then, when he gave up the identity of Soul Emperor, he did not know where Soulflame went. In order to keep his identity a secret and not be recognized by any acquaintances, Sorokin had long used the characteristics of his Esper ability to change the frequency of his soul. It was equivalent to having plastic surgery on the mental level. However, he did not completely cut off his mental connection with soul flame. Instead, he separated it and turned it into a soul seed, which was always in a sealed state. As long as the seal was removed, he would be able to sense the approximate location of soul flame. All this time, Sorokin had disguised himself as a psychic Esper, which was commonly seen in the universe, and had never shown all the characteristics of his Esper ability. Therefore, although he was a psychic Esper, his specific ability looked quite different from the historical Soul Emperor. In order not to arouse any suspicions, he did not dare to take back soul flame. Anyway, he had a sense in his hands. In his opinion, no matter where soul flame went, it was in his bag and could be used as he pleased. Sorokin narrowed his eyes slightly and found the dust-covered soul seed in his Esper ability vision. Ignoring the distance, he took it back to his body and removed the seal. The next moment, Sorokin's eyes had a subtle change, and there was a little more indifference. Every soul seed was like a fragment of his personality. The more he took back, the more complete his personality would be, and the more he would be like the real Soul Emperor, Ruvel Sissok. At the same time that the soul seed was unsealed, a distant feeling appeared in his senses and pointed to a direction. Sorokin turned his head and looked at the deep starry sky through the floor-to-ceiling window. Soul flame is in that direction. Ancient star desert, right? At the same time, in the Holy Covenant organization, Oathkeeper, who was playing Wayne cards with everyone, suddenly felt something and turned his head to look out of the window with a puzzled look in his eyes. Why did he suddenly feel like he was being spied on? Before he could think about it, Beja, who was opposite him, slapped the table impatiently. Don't be in a daze. I have a mecha empire. Do you want it or not? Oathkeeper came back to his senses and threw out a card. A black star. It's bigger than you. TSK, dog luck. No, you continue. Oathkeeper's attention returned to the game. Wayne cards included almost all the forces and people in the galaxy, so if he wanted to understand the current structure and history of the universe, Wayne cards were an extremely efficient way. It's definitely not because we like to play card. Chapter 1254. Ancient Star Desert, somewhere in the desolate universe belt. An armed fleet was slowly advancing in the universe. Sorokin stood in the command room of the main ship, looking at the distant starry sky. This armed fleet was a mercenary group he had secretly cultivated in the ancient Star Desert. Other than a few upper echelons, no one knew that the boss behind them was the Limitless Financial Group. For this operation, Sorokin had secretly replaced a doppelganger that looked like him in the financial group's headquarters, while his main body quietly slipped out and led the mercenary group to the location of Soul Flame. This group did not know the specific purpose of this trip and only followed the orders of the upper echelons. For safety's sake, Sorokin even wore a mask to cover his face. At this time, other than the leader of the group beside him, no one else in the fleet knew that the famous Sorokin was on the ship. The feeling is much stronger, which means that we're getting closer, Sorokin observed the star map. Within a certain distance in a straight line, there was only one desolate planet. He was basically sure that Soul Flame was on this planet. On the star map, this planet did not have a name, only a serial number. It was extremely barren and was labeled as a planet with no development value. After the fleet advanced for a while, when they were still some distance away from this planet, Sorokin called for the fleet to stop. All ships stop advancing. Use the astronomical observatory and observe the surface of that planet from a distance. Observation complete. Boss, there are no abnormalities on the planet's surface. It's desolate, and there's nothing worth paying attention to. The specific situation still needs to be investigated. Send a reconnaissance ship to land on the planet first. Most of them remain hidden and wait here. Sorokin nodded and gave the order. Caution was the parent of safety, and he had long been used to being a coward. He was worried that the Soul Flame had a host, so he decided to test it out first. Even if it was a barren planet, he still had to repeatedly confirm the potential dangers. He did not dare to expose himself immediately. The reconnaissance ship left the main fleet and quickly headed toward the planet. Sorokin quietly used his ability and possessed the captain of the reconnaissance ship. After waiting for a while, the reconnaissance ship finally arrived at the planet. It turned on all kinds of scanning instruments and began to observe the situation below the planet. However, after scanning for a full hour, all the results were normal. Sorokin immediately realized the problem and narrowed his eyes. His senses indicated that the soul flame was somewhere underground, so it was impossible for him not to discover it. Unless someone had set up a disguise device underground, which meant that there was an unknown person here. Even if you can block the scanning, you can't hide the real thing. With a thought, Sorokin's doppelganger marked a general area on the planet's underground model. He ordered the crew to stop scanning and directly released the engineering robots to dig a hole directly to the location of Soul Flame. However, just as the engineering robots were released, the scout ship suddenly broke down and fell straight to the ground. The crew in the cabin was like being in a can that had been shaken by someone, and the fall caused them to bleed profusely. Sorokin restrained his instincts and did not let his manifestation reveal its ability. Just as the scout ship was about to hit the ground, a blue-purple magic portal suddenly appeared below. The scout ship fell in and disappeared from the planet's surface. At the same time, the core leaders in the distance hurriedly reported to Sorokin's main body. "Boss, the scout ship just cut off the communication link and suddenly disappeared. Should we go and take a look?" "No need. Let's retreat first." Sorokin's eyes flickered. It seemed that there were indeed enemies near the Soul Flame. He had possessed the captain of the scout ship to prepare for a rainy day. Now, he could use it to observe the enemy. He could do anything at once. At this moment, the vision and perception of his manifestation were displayed in his mind. After the scout ship fell into the portal, it seemed to have fallen on a buffer platform. It did not crash, but the vibration in the cabin caused everyone to fall again. A few operators held their bleeding heads and hurriedly pressed a few buttons on the control panel. "Captain, all the functions of the spaceship are frozen. We have lost contact with the main force." Sorokin's manifestation pretended to be flustered and said in a low voice, "All of you, put on the land exploration armor and manually open the hatch. Go outside and see where we are." After the order was given, the crew hurriedly changed into land exploration armor warriors. They suppressed the nervousness in their hearts and carefully opened the hatch. Kai. The sound of the air pressure valve adjusting was heard. The hatch quickly slid open. Seeing the scene outside, everyone's body froze. They saw that this was a space similar to an underground hangar. Outside was a large group of mecha warriors fully wrapped up. They held high-energy firearms and surrounded the entire scout ship. The muzzles of their guns were aimed at the hatch. "What is this place? Who are you people?" The crew members of the scout ship were shocked. The mecha warriors outside were unmoved. The leader said coldly, "Disarm immediately and walk out with your hands raised. Otherwise, we will open fire immediately. This is an unfamiliar organization. They should be hiding under the planet." Sorokin did not see any organization logo on the mecha of this group of people. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately pretended to be nervous and afraid of death. He shouted for the crew members to throw down their weapons and walked out with their hands raised. Soon, the crew members were captured and locked up separately. Sorokin's manifestation was alone in an interrogation room. After waiting for a while, the door was pushed open. A mecha warrior who also did not show his face walked in and sat opposite him. He was obviously here to interrogate. His words were concise and comprehensive. "I ask, you answer. Otherwise, you die. Understand?" Sorokin's manifestation pretended to be afraid and nodded. "I just checked your voyage log and found that you belong to a mercenary group. Tell me, why are you here?" I don't know. I'm just following orders." Sorokin's manifestation deliberately stuttered as he answered. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Through checking the voyage log and interrogating the crew members, this unknown organization must have known that the mercenary group's main force was also here. Fortunately, He was cautious and kept the main force from a short distance. When the scout ship crashed, he had ordered the main force to retreat. This move was effective. This unknown organization could not get accurate information. The interrogator asked many more questions. Sorokin's manifestation's words were both true and false. He basically maintained the level of information that a captain should know. He pretended to tremble. He had acted for most of his life and was already familiar with it. He was also a strong contender for the throne of Best Actor, so he did not arouse the other party's suspicion. After a while, the interrogator finished asking the questions and was about to stand up and leave the room. At this moment, the eyes of Sorokin's possessed body shone brightly. Using his vision as a springboard, this possessed mental energy rushed into the interrogator's body and tried to possess him. He needed to find out the details of this unknown organization, so it was naturally the best choice to have an internal member as his manifestation. Sorokin's ability had almost no warning signs and was extremely secretive. At such a close distance, this interrogator, who was not even at the calamity grade, was naturally defenseless. In an instant, control of the body was taken away. After taking over the body, Sorokin did not even have time to be happy. He suddenly realized that there was a bright flame in the brain of this body. Seal of soul flame? The moment the interrogator's brain was taken over by an external mental entity, this flame seemed to have sensed something and suddenly jumped up. It was as though it was about to turn into a sea of fire and directly burn the brain of this body. Sorokin's expression changed. He instantly adjusted the frequency of his soul and performed a series of complicated operations. A mental strength covered the flame. The next moment, this flame slowly calmed down. However, sparks would appear from time to time, as though it was about to explode at any moment. Seeing this, Sorokin heaved a sigh of relief. He was all too familiar with the effects of the soul flame. It could be used to place a surveillance seal on others to prevent certain secrets from being leaked, or to prevent others from searching through their memories. Once triggered, it would immediately burn all related memories, and the owner of the soul flame would sense it. This method was useful for most people, even beyond grade as, but Sorokin was not one of them. He had once been the host of Soul Flame and had long studied the mechanisms of various abilities thoroughly. Furthermore, there was still a remnant of mental strength in his soul seed. Coupled with the characteristics of his own abilities, he could temporarily avoid the seal of Soul Flame. This meant that he was one of the very few people in the universe who had the ability to infiltrate the Holy Covenant. After a series of operations, he successfully made the seal of Soul Flame misjudge him and did not explode immediately. However, Sorokin knew that he was not the real host and could only deceive the seal for a period of time. If he retracted his mental strength, the seal would immediately explode and be discovered by the current host. At the same time, he did not dare to read the memories of this body because the soul flame had sealed all related memories. It was as if it had buried a series of triggers. Once triggered again, he would not be able to deceive the restrictions of the soul flame and would be exposed immediately. That was close. Don't tell me that every member of this mysterious organization has a seal of soul flame on them. Sorokin was alarmed. This meant that the host of Soul Flame should be the leader of this foreign organization. At the very least, he should be one of the upper echelons. To actually use such a method to ensure that all members of the organization would not leak information. What kind of big secret would require such a large amount of effort? What exactly does this organization do? He controlled the new body to leave the room while thinking to himself. Although he could not read the memories, he could use the convenience of this body to observe the situation of this organization. As soon as he walked out of the interrogation room, someone came to take over. Sorokin followed the principle of speaking more and making more mistakes. He silently handed over the investigation report. Seeing that no one gave him any orders, he left the area on his own. After walking around for a while, he quickly discovered that this organization's base was very large and had a lot of people. However, there were no signs of power anywhere. Sorokin's new body did not dare to ask anyone for fear of giving himself away. He could only walk around blindly. However, this body's authority seemed to be very low. There were many areas that he could not go to, especially the location of Soulflame. It was in a forbidden area that did not allow basic personnel to enter. This can't go on. If I can't find any valuable information, my infiltration will be exposed sooner or later. Looks like I need to use external forces. Sorokin's heart skipped a beat. In his opinion, this mysterious organization was very secretive. Once exposed, there was a high probability that they would move. It was a good opportunity for the mercenary group not far away to launch a large-scale attack on this planet, forcing this organization to show their strength and move. At that time, there would be more opportunities to discover the secrets of this organization and the identity of Soulflame's master. As for the possible casualties in the mercenary group, he did not care at all. They were expendable chess pieces to begin with. Thinking of this, Sorokin's original body immediately turned to the leader of the army and said, "Send my orders. Send out 70% of the troops to bombard that planet. The remaining 30% will continue to retreat with me." Understood. The leader of the army immediately gave the order. A portion of the armed fleet immediately moved forward. After a while, they entered the attack area. Then, without saying a word, they activated all kinds of long-range weapons. Huge, diamond-shaped missiles were shot out with tails of flame behind them, heading straight for the target. All of a sudden, a light blue magic barrier enveloped the entire planet, blocking all of the bombardment and causing them to explode into fireworks in outer space. Before the fleet could continue to take action, all the battleships that went to attack the planet lost control and started killing each other as though they were being controlled by someone else. At the same time, a dazzling ring of fire suddenly spread out in all directions with the planet as the center. Like a phantom, it rapidly penetrated the fleet. The next moment, more than 90% of the crew members in the fleet had their souls incinerated. They died on the spot. The armed fleet that went to attack the planet completely lost their combat ability in less than a minute. At this time, holes suddenly appeared on the surface of the planet. Spaceships without labels flew out and seized all the remaining battleships in outer space. It was destroyed so quickly. Sorokin's expression darkened as he stood in the main ship. He knew that the mercenary group was cannon fodder, but he did not expect them to be destroyed so quickly. However, while the battle was short, it was not like he did not gain anything. In the short exchange of fire, he saw a terrifying strength that almost made him suck in a breath of cold air. Mags, virtual mechanics, and the master of Soulflame. There are at least 3 beyond grade as in this organization. Sorokin's expression was uncertain, and he still had lingering fears. This organization was too unfathomable. Fortunately, he was cautious and chose to test them. If he had charged in recklessly like a rash pugilist, he would have been caught off guard. Luckily, I was a coward. Thinking of this, he could not help but order the remaining fleet to retreat at full speed and increase the distance between them as much as possible. At the same time, Sorokin's manifestation, which had infiltrated the Holy Covenant organization, also received an emergency order to move. In the underground base of the planet, the members of the organization were moving resources, destroying the base, and activating the spaceships. Sorokin's manifestation was also summoned by his superior and quickly rushed over. While working at the dock, he observed the surroundings. Not long after, he sensed that Soulflame's location was rapidly approaching. Soon, the sound of dense footsteps could be heard from one of the passageways, accompanied by the sound of people chatting. He actually found the voices of a few people familiar. Strange, what was with that fleet just now? Why did they suddenly attack us? Are they coming for us? Did they discover us? That can't be. With such a small force, they wouldn't overestimate themselves and attack us. It seems like a passing fleet discovered our base. How can we be so unlucky? Did you not wash your face this morning? The voices were getting closer and closer. Very soon, a group of people walked out of the passage, complaining as they walked toward the spaceships docked at the dock. Sensing that the owner of Soulflame was among this group of people, Sorokin instinctively turned around to take a look. With just this one glance, his mind and spirit had completely fallen into disarray. King of War Pangan, Mage God Beja, Purple Emperor My G. They were all primordial ones from the same era as him, and there was even Beja, his enemy, among them. Didn't they die a long time ago? Why would they appear in this place alive? Just as Sorokin's emotions were shaken, the mental energy he used to suppress the soul flame restriction also fluctuated, and a gap appeared. The next moment, the seal broke through the suppression and exploded, instantly burning the soul of this manifestation into nothing. Oathkeeper, who was leading the way in front of a group of awakened primordial ones, immediately sensed something and turned around. He immediately saw the manifestation on the ground. Someone just triggered Soul Flame's seal. Oathkeeper's eyes suddenly flashed with uncontrollable excitement. Could it be? The legendary spy has appeared. Good job, kid. After so many years, I really thought you didn't exist. You finally showed a flaw. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.